really shutting Ex Oblivione down. I mean, they were able to make their way on point. They were able to put up a bit of a fight at the end, but overall, it was an OG dominated round.
Yeah, it's so difficult when like you're trying to keep your team in there and utilize your ultimates on those strategists as much as you can, but when you just have Tanuki in your face, I mean, great play by them. Every single time they were in that backline, causing trouble for the strategists to the point where Jake's wasn't even able to heal their team because they just had them in their face. And that is the difference between being able to win a team fight and lose it, is having your strategists out of that fight, right?
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, surprisingly, it was pretty much always Jake's being the one targeted, being the one caught out, not getting a big chance. But we do have changes coming through. Pascal going to move over to the Thor, which, you know, you hear a lot of pros talk about how they aren't really great on the pick. He does great at being able to bring divers further into your team. So it seems like Pascal's job is going to be completely nullifying Tanuki as he runs him down. We'll have the team up with Nocta at least, so if Nocta can be good with finding those kills, Pascal will find a lot of uptime from the res.
We've got the invisible boundary ready to go on the side of Jace. They have to utilize that right away, but now a lot of ultimates are about to come on up for OG Esports, just waiting for this boundary to fall on down so they can use their own. We do have Snaze in the middle of it here, trying to see if they can take down Nocta. They have to fly on up, and they do manage to connect with Rocket. Etsu finding the tank on the other side as well. Now we dive onto the point for OG Esports, and they're just going to do what they do best here, buddy. They're going to KO the rest of them and flip that objective.
Yeah, great KOs coming through. It looks like Etsu at first having to use the Goddess of Death just to save himself, but finds a pick in the end, and Snaze, great aim to make the rest happen. And now Enzo with the Groot, they're going to be able to do a lot to try to deny the rest of Ex Oblivione from coming through and try to find some more picks.
Yeah, diving into the backline here on Tanuki. They do their quick KO onto Jake. They're having such a tough game against Tanuki, unfortunately. Rocket trying to see if they can dash on away, but you ain't going to get away from the power of Tanuki. They do fall down, though. Etsu trying to see if they can find more. They do get the double KO. No Vanguards on the side of Ex Oblivione.
No, and now being stuck behind a pillar next to their spawn. Doing their best to get out, but my god, Etsu is being ruthless with the damage he's laying out. We have a lot of ults for Ex Oblivione, 4 up, even Nocta getting quite close to that Goddess of Death, so OG not having as many to work with. This should be Ex Oblivione's chance to push through.
They're gonna need to as well. We've hit 50% on that pad, so they need to make the decision now, or they're not going to be able to, especially before OG Esports gets the rest of their ultimates ready to go. There's a dive with the God of Thunder coming on out from Pasio. They're going to be able to drop some great damage, take down Etsu. That's a God of Death that they're no longer going to have. The invisible boundary gets utilized, though, by Ken, and then slobbering time comes out from Forever. They do connect with the CC, but they can't find any KOs. They have to dash on out themselves. Ex Oblivione did not get enough from that lyric.
No, and so many ults used. We still have more ults going down as the invisible boundary put down. Haymakers from Forever 77 does lead to a kill against Snaze, but Tanuki finds his way in. Isn't going to be able to get too much, but it is the Etsu show with Goddess of Death coming out. We have Fate of Both Worlds, and sadly for Ex Oblivione, they get absolutely blown to pieces again, and we're at 98%.
All right, so OG Esports are going to take game 1 of this best of 5, and what a showing it was, Lyric. They were extremely comfortable throughout both of those submaps.
Yeah, like you said, they looked great. You hit on before even coming into the match how OG great on these domination maps. No surprise that Tanuki was the MVP because even watching this game, he was always able to find his way to the backline. I mean, hell, like 10 seconds into the first point starting, he is already finding 2 kills onto the strategists. Poor Jakes especially. Every time we saw him, he was getting focused out by Tanuki.
Just showing why it is the Tanuki Etsu show. 12 final hits for Etsu, 13 for Tanuki, and the damage on board, buddy. This is the power of OG Esports. Every single role they have really strong players. That duelist, strategist, and vanguard role. They're just solid across the board with great flexibility. So, and domination, as we mentioned, is one of their strong points. They feel so comfortable on these maps. They can just let Etsu drop that damage from range or allow Tanuki to just get into that backline. We'll handle up here, and it works so well for OG Esports. They're taking round 1. This is a best of 5, though. Let's see if Ex Oblivione can bring it back in this next game.
Yeah, and you know, we saw when they had ults up, you know, they were managed to try to find their way back into point, but it even felt like OG really limited their use of that. We saw so many times where like invisible boundaries having to be used so far back towards their own base to even try to get towards point. So hopefully we can see, you know, a little bit more come together in the next map. As you know what, Tano? That map was fast. I don't know if people can exactly remember what's gone on, so just throw it straight to those replays. Straight to the replays, Tano.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, the arrivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome back to the MRC Season 1 Eternal Nights EMEA. I'm Lyric, joined with Spartan Tano. And man, we just had a really dominant map 1 coming out from OG Esports up against Ex-Oblivione. It is a best of 5, but it's also the lower bracket. Every game counts here today.
That it does, and will we see a shake-up from Ex-Oblivione in what they do or what they ban? Of course, the difficulty of coming up against OG Esports is it doesn't really matter what you ban. They're capable of flexing onto another hero or villain, we're not judgy, and dominate on it. So I feel like Etsu and Tanuki are one of the hardest people to actually try to ban out because, I mean, we saw Tanuki cooking with the Black Panther and then rotating onto the Psylocke and doing exactly the same there, Lyric.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, okay, you can't ban out their duelists. Even their front line, a lot of people said behind Virtus Pro. That's another thing so strong about OG is their Vanguard's excellent. And then that just leaves their strategists where, you know, Alex and Ken aren't even getting focused ban-wise in game, usually able to go deathless. And we're going to see if they can do that once again here as we're going to Convoy, we're going to Midtown.
Yeah, Convoy, interesting. Okay, so they're going to take out the Winter Soldier on the side of Ex-Oblivione. I think probably, like, you know, you've got to do, haven't you? Because OG Esports are going to be so comfortable with Etsu taking that Winter Soldier if they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like, we're all just, we all know we don't need to see this anymore. You know, maybe in the finals, we could see Winter Soldier against Winter Soldier. I'm glad it's taken off the table. Once again, no res comp coming through. OG just happy to protect that Groot. Seems like they're fine with having the front line available. And again, I also kind of like the protection just because it means, hey, if you end up picking up the Groot on the opposite side, we will always be able to default back to that Wolverine.
Yeah, and I like the protects onto the Namor as well. Of course, what they had difficulty with in that previous round there, it was those backline divers. Namor is pretty good at handling them. They've got the squids that does that consistent damage and the AoE that you can do with your harpoon. So I think that's a great decision from Ex-Oblivione.
Yeah, but we do see the response follow up with the Luna ban, so at least not going to be as strong, not going to get that icy squid coming through with you know, that 25% slow and the extra health. But now it's going to be interesting to see where they end up. You know, I don't know if Ex-Oblivione will stick with this, but me and you were talking about that there's been a surprising amount, not a ton, but still a surprising amount of Human Torch that we've seen so far.
I don't know. I'd be surprised if they do stick with it. I feel like, you know, you do have that team up, but again, Etsu's there on the Storm. I'm not sure. To be fair, though, at least you are on a map where you do want to be playing at that medium sort of range, which is where Human Touch probably benefits more. But I just feel like the DPS is a bit too low for it here.
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, I guess one of the only benefits would be that you are getting the full access to that Fantastic Four team up, but it looks like they're not going to do it. Kaiser's not on the map today, so I get it. Not going to stick through as we are going to have Demon on the Punisher. See if he's going to get use out of that early passive and try to see where the positions are. Or if he decides to stick to it, do have the Rocket for now. And we do see Rocket Punisher combinations to get that push going. And it looks like that's how they're going to start us off.
Yep, trying to see if they can break through this Vanguard line already. We've got a nice flank coming in here from that corner, but they're still not quite able to yet. The Rocket team up is going to do what Demon needs it to do, and of course they have access to the shotgun if they need it. They take down Snade. That's the breakthrough they needed to find on the side of Ex-Oblivione. A nice push there from the Invisible Woman, though. Jake gets down Enzo, and Etsu does connect onto the Human Torch, but they've got that revive from the Rocket. They put the turret on top of the Convoy and utilize that to take out Ken, but goodbye to Demon.
And it's crazy because it looked like Ex-Oblivione was really taking over, and they finally are now, but it has been really back and forth. Still, though, Snade's the only one here. They should be able to finish him off and really get this Convoy pushing. I feel like we saw a lot come from that infinite ammo with Demon really just wrecking house.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much confirmed them able to push it. There's the portal coming through. We do see the final executioner coming on out, and they're going to utilize that on the side of Ex-Oblivione.
Tanuki's on Rocket!
Damage. Oh my god, they drop down the Omega Hurricane, though, from Etsu, and that's what makes the difference. They take out Demon and Thing. Tanuki finds Fatu on the Rocket, and there we go. LG Esports with a huge defense there.
Huge defense with the changeup, running 1 DPS now with only Etsu on the Storm, Tanuki on the Rocket. I love how it started off with him finding that kill too. So nice job stopping the push. Still though, we look at ultimate economy for Ex Oblivione. You have 3 up right now. And my God, we actually do got the Human Torch. Supernova coming through. We'll see if they can find anything off of it. The Groot Wall is doing a lot to at least make sure no kills are found. And it looks like Ex Oblivione probably not going to find anything off of this other than pushing the convoy.
They have to use the Meteor M, trying to block it on the side of Snaze. They don't connect anyone with the KO. Clobbering Time came out as well, but they do take down the thing. We do have the Invincible Boundary coming out. We have Meteor M ready to go on the side of Snaze. They're just waiting for this boundary to go on down. Etsu trying to drop that damage from that range. If they can take down Damon, they'll have the advantage. And it looks like Snaze does just that. They backed up Ex Oblivione back around the corner. And this is where OG Esports are most comfortable. The Strangling Prison utilized to take down their 2 strategists. Snaze finding them, finding the Quadra. Snaze cleaning up Ex Oblivione here.
And this is why we say after a VP, a lot of people highlight the OG Esports Vanguard line. Enzo setting it up with that, well, I guess not even setting it up because Snaze had already found 2, but then making sure they could finish it off with the Strangling Prison and just great follow-up. Sadly for Ex Oblivione, we're not going to see the Human Torch stay, so like you said, it seems like they are completely off that train. And now, I mean, OG doing a great job of keeping Ex Oblivione back with only a minute left on the clock.
Need to try and break through here. Omega Hurricane ready to go from the side of Etsu. And guess what? They're right into the strategist line. They take down 1. They get taken down in return, but they managed to find the connection they were looking for to defend this. As you say, we're down to the 40 seconds on this board now. The Amplifier comes on out. That's an added 40% damage. Meteor M flies on down. Doesn't connect with anybody, though. Etsu is right in the thick of this here. They take down Nocta in Omega Hurricane. They find the double. They want more. This is why Storm is used over those other flyers, and Tanuki with a crit KO onto Jakes.
Just running them down, and there's so little time left. We now Demon going onto the Wolverine does have ult up, the Invisible Boundary there, Clobbering Time also for Forever's 774. This will be their last chance, but still you have tools there for OG to try to prevent the push from going through. It's all going to be on this Wolverine.
As the Strangling Prison, they do have to utilize the strategist ultimate to bring themselves still around. Enzo's getting pushed on here, but the boundary comes back in return. Damon gets taken down. Clobbering Time was utilized. It's all down to this overtime here, buddy. And we still have Ken dropping that boundary, but we have Etsu just about to be able to get their own ultimate. Omega Hurricane could be used to defend this. Snaze ain't going to be easy to take down. They're just about to connect onto the other side of Damon. They take them and Jake, and this is going to be defended by OG Esports. They take down Storm in return. Etsu is completely undefeatable right now.
Yeah, not able to find him, and they are going to be able to get this. Oh, wait! Portal does have enough time to get here in overtime, but with them funneling in 1 by 1, it's going to be really hard for them to actually confirm staying on the point. And it looks like this should just be it for OG, as sadly they're just coming in and going down like flies.
Yeah, that's kind of funneling on through 1 by 1, getting KO'd. I mean, Etsu was like, keep coming. Keep on coming. I'll clean you up all day long. OG Esports with a huge defense in this round.
And I mean, just great team play. I feel like one of the things we really saw set them apart in that game particularly was their ult usage was really on point. Again, Strangling Prison constantly onto the back line. Things like the Meteor M, sadly, for Ex Oblivione, not able to connect, not finding as much value when they swap to the Human Torch to use that ultimate. So overall, just really nice ult management coming out for OG, and they don't have to push the convoy all that far to get themselves 2 games up on Ex Oblivione.
What I do like about OG Esports is that they recognize when they need to move on to different picks and move back off them. I mean, we saw it utilized there by Enzo coming onto that Strange so they could portal in for that defense and then moving back onto the Groot after that portal was used. I think it's great play from them because they recognize when they need to make those plays and rotate back onto the opposite Vanguard.
Yeah, hell, even things like Tanuki moving over to Rocket, right? We saw him finding immense impact. I love having the BRB, especially when you feel confident that, you know, you really aren't going to lose that many members. You can get a lot of value if one person goes down, getting that res right away. And now it looks like Tanuki potentially going to stick with the Wolverine, the pick he's known for. So a lot of work to do for Ex-Oblivione here to prevent this push.
I like Etsu picking up the Hela here. They know Nocta's going to stick with the Storm, and you're not going to be wanting to go up against the Hela as a flyer, trying to see if they can pick up Passy, and they do manage to. That was a great dive from Tanuki. Enzo trying to find them in the sky. They're trying to defend Demon here on this turret. It's going to be running out of ammo pretty soon, although they do have that ammo canister up, and Snaze rotating around with the shield that they've got, trying to block up Etsu, allowing that damage to rain on down.
Yeah, and oh, some picks already coming close. Trying to find it, and he does get the snipe onto the Storm. Like you said, the hit scan. You do not want to go against that as a flyer. And this aim is just on point. As OG doing a great job to get this push going. And my God, they are pushing them so far back.
And this is going to be the quickest cap on the side of OG Esports. Look how deep they are already. And they're just about to get it around the corner here. Still waiting for some of their vanguards to come back on the side of Ex-Oblivione. Really good portal coming on in. No, they need to come in as a pair. Diving on in with the shield up. But Tanuki was there ready to utilize all this damage, all this rage to pick up some quick KOs. That's a double. Etsu finding 2 as well. That's the 3rd. And it looks like even with that final judgment, it's going to be too little too late for Ex-Oblivione. They take them down one by one. OG Esports pretty much wiping them there.
They look so comfortable on this map. Like you said, I really love the change up between heroes when, you know, at any moment it feels like they knew exactly what they needed. Like you said, shifting to the Hela. We saw the Wolverine there at the end. Again, great ult usage. The Sia there to make sure, hey, you have a portal, but we're dealing even more damage. How are you going to come through this time? And I mean, OG, they're just looking like OG today. This is what you expect out of OG Esports here in, you know, Marvel Rivals Esports.
Yeah, 100%, mate. They are so comfortable with the way that they're playing. And as we've already mentioned, their synergy is off the charts. They were always an exciting team, and it just seems like every single tournament, they get better and better. It's a shame because Ex-Oblivione, pretty much the same, but it feels like coming up against OG, it is such a mountain to climb, especially when Domination is the first map where OG feel so comfortable in that game mode. And then, of course, you're coming on a bit of a back foot into the next rounds. Fair play to everybody, but OG Esports are going to take that second game. This is a best of 5. We're pretty much on match point here, Lyric.
Yeah, we are. And again, it's lower bracket. If you lose, you are out. So it's looking rough for Ex-Oblivione. I mean, we've seen upsets happen before, but when you're this far down, it's also, you got to think about things like morale. You know, how are you able to bounce back? OG are probably just absolutely feeling themselves right now in the zone and able to keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, hey, OG Esports themselves have been in this position. It was actually a best of 7 where they lost everything against 0%, ended up on that match point, and then managed to reverse sweep them. So they may get a taste of their own medicine, buddy, but what we will be able to watch is these incredible highlights. Let's watch OG Esports kick some butt again.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. on those memories. And yes, across our time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Blast off! Let's go, Jerry!
Alrighty, Lyric. OG Esports are on a very comfortable match point right now. It is all or nothing for S1-day3-NA. If they lose this game, they're out of this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, a rough spot to be in. Again, coming in as the underdog, so hopefully they came in with, not too much pressure, not the highest of expectations. See where you can land, see if you can make it. But still, I mean, you pointed out, like, OG had found themselves in this position before. You can make the comeback from being 0-2 down, but it is incredibly hard. We've seen them on Domination. We've seen them on Convoy. I mean, the only type of map we haven't seen them on now is a convergence map.
Well, you're in for a treat because that's what we have next. It's going to be on Shin Shibuya and it's going to be Convergence, but OG Esports are so good at defending that first objective. That's why Domination works so well for them, because usually they just cap it and defend it so well. So it's definitely still, again, a difficult position for S1-day3-NA to be in. But here we go. Let's go into this pick and ban phase and see what they're going to do with. They're taking out the group yet again, not wanting Enzo on that.
Yeah, two rounds of the group being protected. I like that we're seeing adaptation out of S1-day3-NA, saying, hey, whatever, we don't want Enzo on this. We don't want to deal with the possibility of things like the Wolverine coming out, so it does get taken off the board. And now, I mean, for OG, you don't really got to change anything up. You're like, hey, as long as no annoying res comps come through that can make things, a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic, we are completely fine.
Yeah, it's one of those where, like, just the fact that you get those reses that are, it's basically a Star-Lord with 2 lives, isn't it? So, or a
Yeah.
Mantis. So, having those reses are such a good power, such a good difference for any team anyway. Ex-Oblivione, they're going to save Namor. Of course, they're still concerned about the dive that OG Esports are so comfortable on. They need to ensure that they have something against it.
Yeah, now we'll see what they ban out. You would expect OG to end with a Luna ban just like they did last time around. Also been surprised, even with Adam Warlock off the table and the res comp not being there itself. I mean, we had just been seeing so much Star-Lord recently. Hasn't managed to make its way through just yet. And, I mean, it will. We know people like Tanuki, insane at picks like that. So we'll see what we do end up on. But Ken on the Loki, you love to see it. One of the best Loki players, not only in the EMEA, but in the world.
Yeah, and, one of those where they know exactly which ultimate they want to copy with their own and pair up those strategist ults so that you pretty much have quite a long time of healing for the entirety of your team. Tanuki looks like they may lock in the Black Panther again, just waiting to see what they're coming up against. But this is going to be an interesting one, buddy. This is going to be Convergence on Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Like you said, OG, so good at denying teams from being able to get on the point. They are going to start on defense, so they're going to have their opportunity to try to make this work. I love when we get Enzo back on the Venom. It does mean if Tanuki decides to go to the Black Panther, which it looks like, okay, actually moving over to the Wolverine, still having that double dive pair there to try and once again put a lot of pressure on the strategist for Ex-Oblivione. And we've seen, I mean, Jake's especially, his life has been a living hell today.
Yeah, it really has. They haven't been able to do much because they're just getting shut down by Ex-Oblivione. It looks like we were going to be seeing the Squirrel go, but they're going to rotate off that now instead. We do have Nocta going onto the Storm, so they want to continue to capitalize on that. But guess what? Etsu's on the Hela. It ain't going to be easy while we get this portal ready to go.
Yeah, let's see where they decide to come through. This could go really well or horribly, but it looks like starting off well, finding Alex caught off guard. They're going to be able to make their way towards the point, having the flyers available, having the means to do it. But still, OG doing a great job of disrupting so far. Enzo taking a bit of damage, but does manage to get out as they find the first onto Ash's Doctor Strange.
I mean, Etsu always finds a way to just sit back, be comfortable, and find these KOs, and they just continue to not be able to find them while Nocta gets taken down. No longer having that ranged duelist damage is going to be the difference. Tanuki takes out Demon, and Forever to boot, and that looks like Ex-Oblivione are on the back foot again here.
Yeah, and I mean, even waiting to stagger that last death, make sure that Jake's respawn timer doesn't align with the rest of Ex-Oblivione. And it started like it was potentially going to go well with them finding Alex, caught off guard, caught by the wayside, but not able to finish off the kill. Gives OG time to regroup. And once again, Ex-Oblivione going to have to try to make their way to push onto point.
That's the issue, isn't it? Everybody's prepared for a portal on this map, but it's just being on the edge of your seat while you wait for it. Damon, though, manages to find Etsu, so that's going to be maybe the difference they need to push onto this pad here, trying to take down these clones as well, but Nocta, they have rotated here onto the Psylocke, and it looks like they've pushed OG Esports at least off to the point right now, and they're going to be able to get at least a bit of a cap. Nocta's getting punched around left, right, and center. Have to go Invis here, trying to see if they can get the quick damage onto the Wolverine. Not able to, but they have the Dance of the Butterflies that can be utilized in the face of it. They have to use the boundary to keep their team around. It's also returned with its own, and it looks like OG Esports have put up their defense here. Ex-Oblivione, they haven't been taken down just yet. Goddess of Death has to be utilized. We're waiting for these KOs to rain on through. So much damage. Etsu falls. The boundary is up. Trying to see if Damon can find even more KOs. Ash could take down Tanuki. Enzo finding Nocta. Every time one KO comes in, Lyric, it goes on the other side for the other team as well. This is so close.
Yeah, you're seeing ults run back and forth. Demon, though, might be able to find a pick on Enzo. Gets all out with just a sliver of hell. Still, though, getting the point, almost up cap to 2. looks like they should be able to do this. Doing a great job of keeping OG in that window. Is now we're going to have an answer back with Goddess of Death coming out from Etsu. Tanuki now also on the Spider-Man, finds his first, dishing out the damage, and it's just what you said, Tano. Anytime we find any kind of punch, there's a counter punch to respond from the opposing team.
Yeah, rotating onto those heroes is just so smart from OG Esports. Really good effort from Ex-Oblivione, though. They nearly get that third cap, and it's so difficult to push an objective when OG Esports are so comfortable on it. Alex now has that invisible boundary ready to go. Ken is about to get that Blood of Mischief, so it's not going to be easy to break down onto this. They have a 33% to go with 40 seconds left on this map.
Yeah, not much time at all. And again, we've seen the adaptations come out. We're seeing the annoyance that Tanuki's being on the Spider-Man. Double strategist ult up. Still, you're about to have both of your strategists up there as we see the God of Mischief coming out, copying the Invisible Woman. So that's about when Andreyko uses that invisible boundary.
Oh, Tanuki diving into Demon, uppercut, back to the spawn room for you, trying to see if they can find Noctua as well. Really good. Clicking there to take them down. Tanuki finding the two duelists. This is just going to be so hard now for Ex-Oblivione to get the damage on in, to take this point. Alex puts up the boundary. There's the runes coming in from Loki on the other side. We did have a Meteor M. Didn't find a KO, though. And Alex is going to continue to rein in the healing and damage here. It looks like OG Esports may have done enough. Dive in there for Tanuki. They do end up with Loki in their face and get taken down. Goddess of Death, though, is going to do enough to defend this point. Etsu finding one, Nocta finding Alex, Naze finding Ash, and that's going to be it. They got 66% there.
That is so tragic for Ex-Oblivione. They were so close halfway through that match, doing a great job making the adaptations they needed, right? Switching to things like the Venom for themselves against the Wolverine. It pushed Tanuki onto the Spider-Man, but at the end of the day, it just still wasn't enough.
Wow, okay. I mean, I was impressed with what Ex-Oblivione were managing to do there, but it just a little bit short of being able to cap that point. And as we've mentioned, though, OG Esports are one of the best teams at defending points. They know the picks, they shake onto other picks when they need it, and we saw that from Tanuki. I'm not going to be surprised if we see it again coming into this round to get that offense.
Yeah, and it's been cool to see, right? I mean, before we really would only see Spider-Man swapped onto to try to get a quick touch of the point at the end of the round. Have had a bit of it in this tournament with, you know, again, MRC open to anyone who's at least gold through the client. Sort of a lot of fun teams like Necros' team bringing out that Spider-Man too, but Tanuki showing that he can make it work. And now we actually have another adaptation coming through for Ex-Oblivione, potentially with Nocta on that Star-Lord. Again, it was a pick I feel like we were seeing a lot of agency put into. Originally, it was like Winter Soldier, Storm. Storm fell out of favor a little bit on a lot of maps. We would see the Star-Lord come in, so we'll see what Nocta can get done. A lot of open areas in the sky if you can get that Galactic Legend online early.
Looks like they're going to use the team up as well, with Demon being on that Hela against Andreyko on the Loki. Trying to, you know, we've mentioned revives are so important at being able to flip the way it goes. We do see some push coming out from Jax there, getting Etsu away, but they do manage to get themselves back onto that route, utilizing their Crow. A dive here from Ash, but they've broken the route anyway, and OG Esports have managed to cut down Damon. Again, no damage coming in from these duelists. It's going to have to come from Ash, but they've got their own problems with Venom off on them.
Yeah, and I mean, we see them now, Venom versus Venom. Forever 77 there, at least there to try to give the metallic bulwark. Gives the iron bulwark to himself just to be able to survive, but we see Ex-Oblivione getting pushed pretty far back pretty early on, but actually, they're doing some pushing of their own.
Yeah, they've managed to at least get the defense here, not even managing to find that first cap just yet on the side of OG Esports. Defending against the first push is so important for how your game is going to shape up. Damon getting pretty weak there. They've got the strategist to heal them up, and they find a great connect onto Alex, no longer having that invisible woman. Etsu taken as well. Damon is being a demon on this Hela. Forever takes out Snaze, and again, Ex-Oblivione have got the advantage on this defense.
All coming from Demon finding those headshots, especially the one onto Alex, so pivotal. We're not really that close to OG getting their ults up just yet. About 80% for Ken being the closest one. Still 2.5 minutes to work with, so quite a bit of time. But still, you look at Ex-Oblivione getting positional advantage on that high ground to try to keep an advantage.
Oh, you run into Enzo and you get sent back to the spawn room instantly. Stage doing the same against Hella. Oh, these vanguards are so hard to take down. We mentioned how strong they are on OG Esports. There's the boundary utilized from Ex-Oblivione, and they have to use it because if they don't defend this, they're going to get at least the first section cap. There's the Meteor M coming on out. We also have Enzo ready to pop that Feast of Abyss. There's the Galactic Legend. Tanuki is handling Damon in the background here, and they take them down. This looks like it's going to be the beginning of this cap for OG Esports. Feast of Abyss comes on out. Ken hasn't been taken down, though. They've been able to get back away from that invisible woman ultimate that they'd utilized, and here comes Etsu with the Goddess of Death. I think this is probably going to be game.
Yeah, finds 2 right off the bat, and there you go. No one able to come and answer that, getting up 2 marks already on the point, and there it is, the cap, the pass 3-0 coming out from OG. Again, if you're an OG fan, if you're an OG believer, this is exactly the type of match you wanted to see.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 20 left on that one, so I feel like Ex-Oblivione at least managed to put up a good fight, but of course, it's OG Esports. So they're going to take this one 3-0 comfortably and progress on through to the next round of this loser bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, great things, right? Again, you saw how good they were at the defense, making sure you can't get on a point. Their attack, very dynamic, but just their flexibility. I know we've been harping on it a lot. We'll probably harp on it later if we cast some more of OG Esports. But, I mean, just what a great match, right? I mean, we got to see Tanuki not only on things like the Black Panther, the Psylocke, the Spider-Man, the Rocket Raccoon in the last map. Just really so many options for OG to try to figure out the puzzle of the other team. And sadly for Ex-Oblivione, they did get a little bit figured out by OG in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, listen, Ex-Oblivione have made it to the top 8 for Season 1 of the Marvel Rivals Championship. So, you know, great GGs to them. It's just tough coming up against that number 2 seed in that losers bracket, mate. It ain't an easy mountain to climb, and unfortunately, they couldn't do enough to defeat them. So, OG Esports are going to progress on through. Ex-Oblivione are going to say goodbye for this tournament, but I guarantee you now that won't be the last that we see of them in these seasons.
No, definitely not. I mean, like we said, there's been a ton. The great thing about Marvel Rivals Esports, a ton of tournaments going on pretty much all the time. Ex-Oblivione, a team we've seen around, and a team, like you said, I'm sure we're going to see more of. But one team that we are positive we're going to see more of in this tournament today is OG Esports. And especially when you look at the loser bracket, who's playing on that opposite side. You have Luminosity going up against 0%, the X roster under the Fnatic organization. So whoever makes it out of that battle and then going up against OG is going to be a great match.
It's tough, isn't it? The way the cookie has crumbled there, because 0% Luminosity, 2 massive teams within this region, and of course only one of them can come on through. I feel like they're 2 teams that could have taken it to OG Esports as we progress through into the later stages, mate, but only one of them's going to survive. It's the same situation with OG going up against Virtus Pro. Somebody has to go up against them, and unfortunately they weren't able to save themselves in that top bracket. But we do have the highlights from OG Esports domination in that game. Watch them here.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Let's go, Jerry!
Welcome back to some Marvel Rivals Esports. I'm Lyric, joined by Spartan Tano. We just had a pretty one-sided affair. OG Esports surviving, moving on through the lower bracket. Ex-Oblivione sadly out, but you know, we got a ton of games to get through. Spartan Tano. We got an upper bracket, we got a lower bracket, we got so many more matches to get to our top 4 by the end of the day.
Top 4. I can't believe we're already getting to those stages here, Lyric. It feels like it's flown by, but yes, that's what we need to do. I believe next we're going to be going into Royal Beamers versus All Business, a team that both of us wanted to see because they did a pretty great upset against 0%. That's the reason that 0%, that ex-Fnatic team, are in the losers brackets here. So I'm extremely excited to see All Business.
Yeah, All Business have been a surprising up-and-coming one. They are a bunch of pros from various other esports titles before, and they've been looking incredibly good here. Slopo and his Namor, if it doesn't get banned out, are some things I'm especially excited to see. But on the opposite side, Royal Beamers have been a fun team to watch. They've been very consistent. We've been seeing things like Polly consistently on the Groot. Sadly, isn't going to be able to get that signature pick here in this match.
No, and Neva is Tutu on the Venom that they utilized so much in that previous matchup. That's taken out by Royal Beamers. We've got some protects on these strategists here, though, Lyric. We're going to make sure that Loki stays around alongside the Adam Warlock. I suspect a ban on that res for Adam Warlock here. Probably that Star-Lord.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. I'm interested to see what the other save is going to be here for All Business. We actually didn't see them run the res comp all that much in their run up to this stage. Again, though, it is taken off the board a lot. They're surprisingly going to be the ones to make sure that there's no Luna on the table, so trying to deny that Namor team up. But like you said, not wanting to give Star-Lord 2 lives.
It's just too good. Like, Star-Lord is already a very consistent duelist, but giving them 2 lives as well, especially on these players that are so consistently good on characters like Star-Lord. It does open the door, though, for Winter Soldier, as we've mentioned, probably one of the most consistent duelists in the game right now, and Psycho is going to pick them up.
Yeah, for the side of Royal Beamers, looking really strong, having that long range you can play with in the Hela, having some nice mid-range with the Winter Soldier. And now it's going to be about how all business wants to round it out. I'm actually excited to see what they end up with. Like you said, Toot really loving things like the Venom. Not going to be able to play it this time around. Slopo still currently on the Adam Warlock, but with no Star-Lord on the table, I'm not sure if he'll actually end up sticking with it. And yeah, I think this is going to be a fun one. I'd say all business probably coming in as slight favorites just from the run they made, the bracket they had, like you said, being able to take out a team like 0%. But I definitely say this match is a bit of uncharted territory.
Yeah, 100%, especially with teams that are kind of still unknown in a sense, as you mentioned, new teams coming on in. Still not witnessing everything that they can do just yet. Let's see what goes on here as Toot tries to see if they can dive in with that dive ult that they have. They do manage to get around the corner, getting pretty weak though on the side of that Iron Man, but here comes Loki to make sure that they're still healed on up. They're pushing back Royal Beamers here on the side of all business.
Yeah, doing a nice job so far. Still, all business going to have some interesting things to play with. Of course, having the Hulk Doctor Strange team up to empower Welsh Mania on the Doctor Strange, doing their best to push forward as Doozy. Also getting that with the Iron Man, getting some nice damage down with the cannon, finds one onto King Beam, and they are just running Royal Beamers down, but Pokey Demon Meow does answer back.
Yeah, that was really good from Pokey Demon, managing to find that important KO, because what all business are doing here is let that Iron Man be up in their face and just continue to heal it, because that matchup with that Hulk against that charge beam is so much damage coming on in. Tuzi is back here, and that's exactly what they're going to do again. Look at them getting those clean KOs just with consistent damage, mate, and it does so much. It takes a while for you to run on out of it. Welsh Mania in the face of Lanix here, and they're going to take them down with the burst of that damage, and guess what? The sector already caught here, Lyric.
Yeah, and you know, this strategy is honestly kind of just like running through the brick wall. I mean, you just see all business grouped up, get that cannon coming out from Tuzi, and just walk forward, just run down Royal Beamers. And it was enough to get that first point online. Slopo now going to have that ult up as he finds a snipe for himself. That right click, absolutely devastating.
I love the fact that the beam from Slopo took down King Beam, showing that, no, actually, I am the King Beam. And they're going to continue to drop that DPS at range on the Adam Warlock. This is why it's utilized so much, because great healing, great res, but also great DPS. Just waiting around the corner here on the side of Royal Beamers, but they've got to be wary. Tuzi managing to find the Hela again. Pokey gets taken down. Tuzi is so hard to take, but in your face with this charge beam, it's way too much damage here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the person you'd want to take down the Iron Man, right? It is the Hela. Is Agamotto gonna come out? Isn't gonna be able to find too much, it looks like. As Invisible Boundary answers back, cracking impact online. The impacts, they are starting to go. 2 members, 3 members already down from all business. And this is gonna be Royal Beamers really taking back control.
I'm sorry. What the heck? Again and again for the Quadra. Toot taken down to Bruce Banner. Only just manages to get out as well. And all business has been thrown all the way back to the spawn room, waiting for Hulk to come back online.
Yeah, great set of resets there. We saw some ults try to come out. Both Eye of Agamotto's used, but it doesn't matter about that because we got the portal coming through immediately into the Goddess of Death from Pokey Demon Meow. We're going to see if he's going to be able to find them with the members of all business just funneling in. Getting some nice damage down now on the Tuzi as Psycho finds it, and we are seeing value from this Winter Soldier pick.
Oh, we're going to go Monster Hulk here on the side of Toot. Can they do enough to find a KO? They've taken one. They want more. They have the power of the smash but they've got to be wary because, of course, as soon as you get taken down, you're back to Bruce Banner, but no, back down to Hulk. Welshmania in the face of Psycho does manage to find that KO, and it does look like All Business are managing to find the cleanup on Royal Beamers here, taking that around the point. That's the second sector call.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to push forward. A lot of ults being invested, but still. Tuesday going to have his Invincible Pulse cannon available. We almost got Eye of Agamotto back up for Welshmania. Still, though, fights on pretty even grounds when both teams are using similar amount of ultimates in each contest. It's been scrappy, it's been back and forth, but all business are getting the push that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made it harder, did Royal Beamers, around that second sector there. It wasn't as easy as the first one for them to just put that beam in front and walk on round. Psycho manages to find the Quadra, was the one there. Tuzi gets taken down instantly by Psycho again, and it looks like we're prepared for the Kraken impact. Wait for those ruins, take them down, and can they find the Quadra they found previously? They take one, they take two. It was just the clones that they're finding at the moment. Just 3 seconds left. Looks like they're not going to be able to use it again unless they get a KO here.
Nope, not able to find it, sadly. Even though, as Winter Soldier, you love playing against Loki and those clones, still gives All Business enough warning to be able to back out. Now, though, going to try and force their way in through a very narrow choke point. See if they can find anything. It looks rough as Psycho getting a nice pick onto Tuzi as Eye of Agamotto coming out from Polly, but still instantly goes down. This Winter Soldier is taking over the game.
Yeah, it really is. All Business are having difficulty against Psycho here, especially because they've got those Vanguards in their face. Tutu taken down by Pokey. This is really good play from Royal Beamers right now, but they've got 2:40 to defend this, and that is not going to be an easy task.
That's the thing, right? Even if it looks like Winter Soldier is having a huge impact taking over the game, as a team, All Business have been able to get the job done. Ults now coming out, especially as we have Close Stars up. Still Zonarine using his God of Mischief to copy that as well, trying to run them down with the Unibeam. The strategy was working earlier, and it's gonna keep working now as an invisible boundary forced out from Rhine. Does give Pokemon Meow the space to work with to find more picks. And once again, All Business kind of struggling to get this forward, but they are incredibly close. And still with 2 minutes, Tano, it feels like they should be able to get this through.
Yeah, I like that. They went back to what was working for them and got that push through with Tuzi. Looks like they're going to try and do the same here as they get around this corner. Just keep Tuzi healed, and they're going to continue to beam anyone down they can. Psycho, though, does have the Kraken impact. They find one King Beam taking out Tuzi, and the Eye of Agamotto isn't enough to say goodbye to Psycho. And it looks like Royal Beamers will get the defense on, thanks to the power of that Winter Soldier yet again. Push them all the way back to the spawn room here.
The tried and true strategy, wait for Kraken impact and then take advantage. I mean, Royal Beamer's finding a lot of value still. Not wanting to over-aggress, not wanting to go too far forward and try and keep them locked in those doors. I mean, it is a very nice choke point here for the defenders on this third point to make All Business's life a living hell and walking through. Eye of Agamotto now up for Polly.
Ooh, did it connect? I'm not sure it managed to get anyone. Maybe one there, but they definitely didn't get enough out of it. But they have pushed Royal Beamers back onto the payload here. Again, Tuzi raining down that damage for the invisible boundary. They may be able to defend this. They've got a minute left. One able to pick up 2-2, but they are back on this payload and continuing to rain down this damage. All Business are having a difficult time just breaking this corner here.
And it feels like they want to wait to force out some support ultimates before using that Invisible Pulse Cannon. We do see them now using Zonrin's copy of the Mantis ultimate. Unibeam does find one on the Psycho, and that feels like the most important pick we got, Tano.
Ooh, this might be it. Toot finding two. They do have that invincible pulse cannon ready to go for Tuzi if they need it, but I think that's going to be it, buddy. We're just about to get the corner, and with that from Closar, there's the Kraken impact coming on out, though, just trying to see if they can defend this, but I think the Vanguards are in their face. All Business managed to find the 3-0 there, but it took them quite a while, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, how valuable it was to find, you know, the start of those last picks onto Psycho, onto the Winter Soldier, the one who had really been giving them a hard time. But still, like you said, Royal Beamers really made them work for it. We'll see if All Business can keep up the momentum swapping sides, especially the Iron Man. I'm curious to see if he gets as much impact, because again, it kind of felt like they were just walking around as a giant meatball, just rolling over Royal Beamers, really not looking for too many flanks, not having to work from too many off angles, really just being right up in Royal Beamer's face. And I feel like on the defensive side, that can be a little bit rougher, but we'll see. It's going to be on Royal Beamers. I'm especially looking at people like Psycho to be able to keep the performance up that he had in the last half.
Yeah, 100% agree. I feel like the thing is, even though they didn't have much time there on the side of all business, they managed to get the 3 points, which means that they have 2 opportunities to defend against the segment to win this game. It's definitely difficult to push it all the way, and especially if you do get stalled on out. That's the approach that all business is going to be looking to take.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we still keep getting a ton of value coming out from the team up with Iron Man and Doctor Strange. I really feel like Welshmania and Tuzi were putting out a fair bit of that damage. It's all going to come down to this. The Psycho actually going to swap over to the Psylocke. Good strat when you have a lot of immobile back line. We're going to see if they can utilize that to really get through.
Yeah, taking down those strategists will be so important for Psycho, but again, they changed the butterfly so that it doesn't go up against the shields, and they do have them on the side of all business. Royal Beamers managing to get a good push on here, but again, Tuzi is just in the face with that team-up charge beam, and it's pushed Polly all the way back, nearly breaking their shield for them already. They dive on up though, good burst of that dark magic says goodbye to Tuzi. Gotta be wary of that one, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, Polly just flying right up and taking him out. Psycho not able to find the impact that he's looking for just yet, but still, this is why I was saying I don't know if I really believe the Iron Man strategy would be as potent here, trying to prevent Royal Beamers going for that push, so they are going to be able to get the payload started. Let's remember that all business were pretty much able to run down this first point. They still will have time to be able to get back here and try to stop the push, as we can see Welshmania going for a portal.
Yeah, we do have that invincible pulse cannon ready to go as well if they want to utilize it. Getting pretty weak here. Got to get that healing. They were wary of course, it coming from above. Psycho tries to get themselves out, not able to, but it fists them 2-2. There is the Meteor M raining down, trying to see if they can find Loki here on the side of Hulk, constantly trying to connect with these hits, but Loki's so difficult to catch, especially with those clones that they have. And it does look like All Business have managed to get a good defense so far, but then the Goddess of Mischief comes out. Looks like they're going to be copying their teammate. It's Tuzi again, raise on down with this charge beam. You are right though, I do feel like on the defense it's not going to work as well as the offense, but Welshmania does manage to take down King Beam.
Yeah, I mean, great eye of Agamotto, right? Looks like he ended up finding 3 to set up for Tuzi to be able to play off that. They still have, hell, they have 2 support ultimates up. You know, Karmic Revival there for Slowpoke. Glowstar also having his to keep them alive and healthy. But Royal Beamers, 3 ult strong. Pokey Demon Yao about to have his Goddess of Death too. This might be the opportunity they've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is the bit where they are being stalled. They need to break through. We're at 140 on the board so far. Utilize those ultimates now. Let's see what they can do. We do take down Psycho on the side of Clozar as well, and no longer having that butterfly to come on through. They did utilize it. Not able to find any KOs with it, so Royal Beamers again having to back on up.
Yeah, and honestly, so far the strat really is just still working out for them. Having Iron Man hold, stand in front, make sure those heals keep coming out, and Royal Beamers not really having great options to find those off angles, those flanks, to be able to get a lot done. We already had Psycho use his ult and not find anything, so without that Kraken impact, it feels quite a bit harder to. It's only a minute left.
Eye of Agamotto coming out of Polly, does enough to freeze him, but the shields were there as well. Kraken impact had to be utilized, sorry, the Kindling Revive does, and there we go. Tuzi finding 3 with that KOs. They got the invincible pulse cannon, they find the rest. They're going to take down Pokey here. That's a triple KO for Tuzi yet again, and I think All Business with the defense. We're down to the final 30 seconds here, Lyric.
And between Doctor Strange Portal and Karmic Revival, it actually does end up being enough staying power that even if All Business lost a few members, even if they died earlier, it really hasn't made much of a difference. Psycho now trying to stack up that Kraken impact, finds a nice headshot onto Tuzi, gets the second one on the Glowstar, and now Psycho just running them down. Eye of Agamotto gonna try and prevent this push through from Welshmania, but Polly ends up answering back, finding a kill of his own, and now this is really where Royal Beamers need to go. 5 seconds, they pretty much wipe most of All Business, and now Can they get it to that second point in time?
Do they have the portal? I know they used it previously, and it's a long cooldown on that portal, but if they don't have it, yes, they do.
Oh, they have it?
They're going to pop it here. They don't have that many ultimates, though. We do have the Loki, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They can utilize at least. The Kraken impact comes out from Royal Beamers. They found three, though, here. They can take down Lanix, and yes, they do. Polly is going to go down as well. It's just Psycho left. Tuesday and Closer, with the assistance of Welshmania, does enough for Royal Beamers to be shut out of that one.
2, 3.
That was crazy, Tano. They portal, and it's just a Mantis. It's Clostar just finding two great critical hits to open us up with. No ults really needed. Nothing else really needed. Great by him. Honestly, really close back and forth, despite the fact that Royal Beamers weren't able to get one push of the point. They made it scrappy, but my God. All business were fun with the strategy. Adam Warlock Mantis have the team up with Hulk, Doctor Strange, and Iron Man. And seriously, just stand in front of them like an immovable wall. What can they do?
It's so true. They have to put so much damage onto the Vanguards, and then you've got Tuzi just beaming you down. So it's a really good strategy. I quite like it, mate. But yeah, I feel like Psycho did rotate off the Winter Soldier onto the Psylocke at some point there, and I don't know whether that was a good shout for Royal Beamers. It honestly felt like Psycho was the one managing to keep them in. I mean, they've got 16 final hits there, Lyric.
Yeah, and it's like one of those ones that even if for some reason they're like, hey, this like front to back isn't working out, like let's get a Psylocke, let's get this. It's like, yeah, I don't think changing Psycho off the Winter Soldier was the move. I mean, like really looked comfortable, looked really good, great at finding those critical hits. But doesn't matter how good he was, because all business, once again, all business in that first map.
That they were, and this is why I liked the Adam Warlock, especially coming up against that Winter Soldier. As soon as they manage to find the Quadra, the Penta, then they have that revival that they can bring their team in. So, and talking about the Quadra and Penta chat, the highlights are ready. Let's watch this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Alrighty, All Business have got off the floor running, taking that first game, but it definitely wasn't as easy as we've seen All Business win previously. Royal Beamers may be able to bring this one back in this next game here.
Yeah, we saw some good things come out from Royal Beamers. Again, we were highlighting Psycho's Winter Soldier a lot, being able to just honestly find those one-off picks, right? Doing a great job with the headshots, keeping it close. But it still ultimately was a wipeout, right? 3-2-0. Great coming out from All Business. And again, even some fun change-ups and strategies. Bringing out the Hulk, bringing out the Iron Man, and really just running them down with that cannon. So I'm excited to see where either team pivots heading into this next one. Because like we said, All Business, kind of the players coming from being various pros in various esports titles in the past. Royal Beamers, a bit of a new up-and-coming team. So a lot of new talent, a lot of players that maybe people haven't seen as much of before, but still, they are in the upper bracket. There is an extra life. And again, we're getting down into the weeds of the top teams here in EMEA. So it's exciting to see, unknown names, new names rise up and be able to put on such a fight.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. It's been one of my highlights of this championship already, is witnessing these new teams coming in. All Business, just instantly became one of my favorite teams with the way that they play. I mean, Tuesday was there on the Iron Man against a Hela. That is not a matchup you want to go into as an Iron Man, but it didn't matter because the rest of their team was keeping them up. The strategists know, keep Iron Man in this whilst they're charge beaming. The Vanguards were in their face, and it's just, I love the way that All Business play here. I'm excited for this next one. We've also seen them play a little bit of Jeff the Landshark as a bit of a nuisance as well, so maybe we'll see some of that, buddy. But here we go, as we go into this round 2, it looks like Royal Beamers are going to take out that Adam Warlock first.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw, even without a Star-Lord, right, just between being able to portal back with Doctor Strange, and then, if you get wiped, and then, next time you use Karmic Revival, so much staying power being able to be used by All Business in that last map. We are going to see, though, Toot Toot able to find the protection on his coveted Venom. We know they love playing that pick. It's a lot of threat onto the strategist in the back line. Once again, Namor going to be protected from Royal Beamers. But Tino, I don't feel like we typically see it through when the Luna ban just so obviously follows most of the time.
Yeah, no, that it does. And I'm actually quite surprised that they're going to ban the Loki here instead. So Luna is there alongside that Namor, maybe because All Business wanted to lock it in as well. But yeah, the rocket ban is so interesting when Psycho was so comfortable on that Winter Soldier that they managed to really sort of get some clean KOs with that one lyric because of that ammo team up. So I'm quite interested in why Royal Beamers have taken that one out.
Yeah, it is a curious one. Maybe just feeling confident going back to comfort picks. Pokey Demon Meow, really known for playing the Hela. We also do have Psycho for the Namor as well, but at the same time, Slowpo has been so insane at the Namor that against All Business, a lot of teams actually typically do ban out the Namor themselves. So right now, Slowpo not on it, but I would expect the change to come through, and then it's going to be a battle of Slowpo versus Psycho. I think this is what we want to be keeping our eyes on in this match.
Yeah, this is going to be such an... I mean, people say, you know, I'm fed up of mirror matches and all this, but this one, I'm excited. We've got the Namor and Luna Snow matchup on both sides here. Can Psycho beat Slowpo? Can Slowpo find the answer to Psycho? That's how this game is going to be decided. And close out there on the Jeff, but I suspect that will be for the boost.
All I need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, let's see how it ends up panning out. Right now, keeping our eyes on Royal Beamers. Of course, wanting to use that portal with Polly to get into the fray quickly. Both teams are already going to be running into each other. The Ice Squids come out. Again, double health on those monsters. So hard to take down, but they do manage to be the ones to get onto point first.
Wu-Tutu here, rotating round, see if they can take out any of these duelists. They do go way a bit too high on up, and now they're going to see if they can connect with that support. Tuzi trying to rotate round. They know that they need to take out Namor. Psycho goes down to the damage of Tuzi instantly, and no longer having that in means that All Business are on the back foot here.
Yeah, Royal Beamers trying to find their way in. Some deaths on both sides as Lanax gonna find Strategist and Zonari, but still being matched by Toot Toot. Very back and forth. Looks like at the end of the day, though, All Business being the one to come out slightly ahead. As no, still being matched punch for punch. Cap finally gonna be taken over by All Business.
Yeah, there we go. So now they're in a position where they just need to continue defending this. That's why we're going to see Welsh Mania push up slightly here, ready to watch what route Royal Beamers are going to be taking. Toot prepared to dive on down already, probably waiting for the team to go on through, but the pillar they're on gets destroyed. Now they're in the face of Lanix. They have to crawl the wall again and see if they can get themselves away.
Yeah, Metal Bulwark comes out for Toot to be able to take less damage. Now just being an annoyance right over their heads that they should know is there, and just constantly focusing down Psycho. We see Dance to the Butterfly come out from Tuzi. Is he going to be able to find any value just yet? Welsh Mania with the Meteor M saying no kill to be found. Invisible Boundary. Royal Beamers trying to contest point.
Now it's a battle of the strategist ultimates. There's the fate of both worlds. Closeye gets taken down though by Lanix, and it looks like Royal Beamers have a bit of an advantage right now. And with Pokey connecting on the double, looking for the triple, but Polly finds it. Royal Beamers have managed to get the KOs on All Business that flip this point to their side.
Yeah, and the real difference being those strategist souls. Royal Beamers investing both to take point. We can see Close Star still having the invisible boundary for the side of All Business. 54%, not bad, but now it's going to be Royal Beamer's time to try to prevent the point from coming through. You do have Horn of Proteus for Psycho and the Meteor M available for Lanix.
Yeah, I mean, both Horn of Proteus ready to go, but I feel like you're going to wait for them to group on up, maybe wait for some more ultimates on your side of All Business. Of course, they need to get this cap as soon as they can. Welsh Mania trying to push on in here. They've got the shields on up, but there's just so much damage coming their way, but it's so tough at the moment. Closeye uses the boundary on the point, so now they know that they can defend it for a while. Meteor M rains on down. Closeye does manage to find King Beam, taking out that strategist. Slowpo aware of them around them, and they do take down Luna Snow. Pushing on in here. Goddess of Death has to be utilized. Trying to see if they can get the damage onto it. Lanix is already down. It's half health on the Goddess of Death, but they have rained down enough damage to at least take out one. Back down, Toot finds the answer, and again, All Business gets the cap.
Yeah, both teams were able to find the opposing Luna, but the difference maker being All Business Close Star winning the 1v1 against King Beam. Both strategists down means it's just such an easy time for All Business to push forward. And you said All Business would probably want to wait for a lot of their ults to come up. They didn't. So they still have a fantastic ult economy for holding this point, which is already at 77%.
Yeah, and I mean, Welsh Mania not too far from their Meteor M again. It's going to be great for defending this. We do utilize the butterflies here, and that does take down the Lunar Snow. Slowpoke finding Polly as well, Tutu taking down Psycho. And it looks like all business are just cleaning up Royal Beamers here. King Beam backed on up, Lanix backed on up. It's going to the spawn room as they continue to push on in with the aggression on the side of all business.
Yeah, we do see Polly on the Strange. I wonder if they are able to portal, but no, it's just going to be all business, keeping them in their spawn, not able to go through. And the first point of Hell's Heaven was captured. All business once again, just showing us why they are such a strong team in this tournament.
Alrighty, moving on to the Frozen Airfield. That was a good game. I feel like the matchup between the Namors and the Lunar Snows was quite interesting. Managing to connect with those squids. They're just such a nuisance, aren't they? Because not only are you getting the damage coming in from your team, but with the way those squids work, you don't have to connect directly on Namor. You just need to hit around them for that AoE burst.
Yeah. I mean, definitely big play, especially, right, being able to land those critical hits, being able to land that right-click spear, being able to get those Monstros that extra attack speed as well to be able to finish things off. You know what? Why we still got 10 seconds, I also got to say, Tana, we were talking about it earlier, Gamma Squids. I am so ready for the next season and ready for Gamma Squids to come through.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. It's going to be hype. I feel like Namor is in such a good position in this meta. They're probably still going to be in Season 2. And then you've got Gamma Squids to pair it on up. That's very exciting.
Yeah, Strange Portal does come through for Royal Beamer, so they're going to be able to get towards the point first, but that might leave, okay, Pokemon I thought was going to have to fight into a 1v2, but Tuzi joins up with the rest of all business to try to help them get on the point, but with double shield Vanguards, it's incredibly hard to just brute force your way through.
On the side of all business, though, they've gone to the store and got themselves 5 ultimates that they can use. Tutu uses the Feast of Abyss. There's the Meteor M coming on the side of Lanix, but it doesn't connect because all business cleans up Royal Beamers yet again. Psycho left, but it doesn't matter. They get the ace. They get the cap. All business.
That's 2 ults just pretty much wasted from Royal Beamers. Great by Tuzi to find Lanix. I didn't see how King Beam ended up going down, but his invisible boundary was used too. And all business once again starting off the cap of the point. You do still have more ults for Royal Beamers to play with. Even Pokedemon Meow, who's now on the Psylocke, about to have his Dance with the Butterfly up.
They're about to get it on the side of Tuzi as well. Close here with the boundary. But Royal Beamers need to try and see if they can poke this out. There is a whale in the face. It doesn't connect enough, though, on the side of Slowpoke. They're getting pretty weak as well. Royal Beamers here do find some good connections. Polly blacking on out. There goes the Eye of Agamotto. He gets 2 stuns, 2 quick KOs, or 3 rather, from the side of Royal Beamers. And they're able to take down all business and get the second cap.
Great by Polly with the Eye of Agamotto, someone who, again, primarily plays Groot, constantly taking off that pick on the Doctor Strange, finds the 2 strategists, and allows now for Royal Beamers to get the point. But we saw this last section of the map. All business were able to find a comeback quite quickly, but now it's going to be about how Royal Beamers can shut this down, doing a nice job trying to play multiple different angles.
You have Welsh Mania here on the point by themselves, not there with the backup of the strategist, unfortunately, so they get KO'd. A nice dive here, though, from Tuzi with the Dance of the Butterflies, does connect, taking out the Lunar Snow. Slowpoke has been taken down by Psycho, though. They're comfortably up on this high ground, connecting with anyone that they see, and it looks like they have the defense that they were looking for on the side of Royal Beamers.
Yeah, I mean, kind of getting a free one, a bit strange by Welsh Mania to start that one off with how he went. Tried to be answered by Tuzi, but still, ultimately, it just led Royal Beamers to still being in a point of strength as Welsh Mania goes with the Meteor M, trying to find the back line, does get King Beam, but Psycho matches with the Invisible Woman, so neither for either side. You get a Fate of Both Worlds coming out for Zonrine as Ryan, the Luna getting run down by Toot. So Royal Beamers, without either healer there, it allows for Slowpoke to just feast and find these KOs onto Royal Beamers.
I do love it. As soon as that Meteor M is popped by Welshmania, they are looking for the strategist. Like, where are they? Let me see them. Let me land it. And they take the strategist out of the fight. And it just makes it so much easier for All Business to swap that cap. Now they're going to be able to take the lead on that percentage and just see if they can defend it around this corner. That's why Slowpo is going around for the flank here. But Welshmania has a lot in their face. The entirety of their team trying to take them on down. 2-2 dives through as well. They do have their ultimate if they need to utilize it. We do have, of course, Tuzi up on that top ground, trying to rain down the damage. They have backed up Royal Beamers here. They had the advantage, but now they've been split up slightly. They are in the face of it with Tuzi diving on through, trying to see if they can connect again onto these strategists, but they ran into the boundary, and now they have to back up onto the point here.
Now moving their way back, Slowpo finds a nice off, Psycho finds a nice off angle, gets the squid, gets the critical hit with the spear, and now just running them down. Fate of both worlds, making sure he's healthy enough to be able to continue to do that. Now it's getting a little bit hectic as Royal Beamers close to taking the point into overtime. Looks like they should be able to get it. All Business at 99%, but now Royal Beamers trying to make their way up to the same.
Wow, okay, good pressure there from Royal Beamers. Now they're in a position where it's all or nothing, buddy. The second All Business get this cap, they will be able to win this game. With a couple of ultimate out on the side of Royal Beamers. They do have Meteor M and the Eye of Agamotto, but more on the side of All Business as Meteor M comes back up online. Tuzi, though, with a great dive into the back. They take down the strategist King Beam, and Ryan is out, and we know that when that happens, All Business have the approach to win. They dive on through. They get even more KOs, and it's just a couple of them left on this point right now. Lyric, it looks like All Business are gonna take this round.
Great ult coming out from Tuzi. What a clutch moment to find your way onto the strategist. Ends with a kill on Psycho Toon. We've seen this story before, Tano. Just trying to cycle in one by one to the point in desperation, hoping you can keep the time going, but sadly, you know, it wasn't enough for Royal Beamers. All Business finding another map win, and my God, what an explosive fashion they did it in.
I gotta say, for Tuzi to recognize the position they were in, use that dash straight onto those two strategists, and just pop out that dance of the butterflies, because, like, there's no shields there. As soon as you're in that dance of the butterflies, they're going to be able to get all that damage onto them. What a great play by Tuzi to enable All Business to win that one. And guess what? We're on match point yet again, Lyric.
Yeah, we are. And again, this is the upper half of the bracket. So at the very least, there is another lifeline here for either teams right now, looking like Royal Beamers, who are going to need it, but still hopefully could take a lot from this match. I do want to go back on Tuzi for a second, because his job even looked kind of hard at parts. There was a few times where our observers would go back to Tuzi, and you see him trying to find like an off angle, and then suddenly he's just getting pelted by the squids, by the monstros, and still able to, you know, work around that, always find a way onto the strategist. Was just incredibly impressive.
Yeah, to be honest, it could have gone either way. I feel like Royal Beamers were great in that game, and especially, again, Psycho being a bit of a highlight for them alongside Polly. I feel like they are the ones that are managing to capitalize on that. They got, I think, 7 like final hits or something like that on that no more. That matchup between them both is so interesting. Tuzi and Psycho, it's so interesting, mate. I can't wait to see what goes on in this third game. Of course, it is the upper bracket, so if Royal Beamers lose it, they will still go and be able to, you know, fight through in that losers bracket, but I don't count them out just yet. All Business are comfortable, but the reverse sweep could be on if they get this win. And I tell you what, chat, watch these highlights to see how well Royal Beamers played.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship EMEA. I'm Lyric, joined by Spartan Tano, and we're right in the middle of, what has felt like a close best of three inside the rounds themselves, but ultimately is all business, being 2-0 up over Royal Beamers. All business are looking great today, Spartan Tano.
Yeah, they are, buddy. I'm really impressed with, both of these teams, to be honest, but especially all business. We mentioned how we saw them play previously and just became some of our favorite teams in this. Welsh Mania, I'm a fan of Welsh Mania. I'm a fan of 2-2. I'm a fan of Closar 2-0. It's just such a great team, buddy. And they are currently on match point now. Royal Beamers have to win this one or they go down to that loser's bracket.
Yeah, this is where it needs to step up. All business have looked like they've kept this match under lock. We've already even seen different variations of comps from both teams. We've seen differentiations in bans between the maps. It looks like Royal Beamers are like, all right, we learned our lesson from last time. Toot Toot, you are not getting your hands on the Venom.
Yeah, definitely. They do take out the Groot, though, on the side of all business. They save the Adam Warlock. So, again, I'm expecting a Star-Lord ban having to be used here on the side of Royal Beamers at some point.
And it's, one of those things that actually kind of sucks for Royal Beamers after that first map because, you've been in this situation before. You banned out the Star-Lord, and they showed, hey, we're still fine just running Adam Warlock plus Mantis in and of itself, and it was still such an annoyance. I remember Slopo was so annoying with those right clicks on the Adam Warlock, able to snipe out people on the back line. Still, not going to get the chance for the Star-Lord. We're going to see what they round it out with here. Again, I feel like when we've been looking at Royal Beamers, the one standout we've talked about a lot is Psycho. I wonder if they see need to know. Maybe take out the Winter Soldier, but they are just going to keep sticking with this Loki ban. Makes sense. Not wanting to give that team up to the side of Royal Beamers and just giving that consistent res to the Loki.
Yeah, I was surprised with it as well. I felt like maybe if it wasn't going to be the Winter Soldier, it was going to go on the other side of it. But the Loki is interesting, I guess. Yeah, again, reses. We've talked about how strong these reses are. The Namor, I thought, was going to be the other band, because, of course, they do have that Lunar Snow they protected for Royal Beamers. But no, stick with the reses. Keep them out of it. Tuzi is going to lock in the Hella here for the side of All Business. Again, we have a mirror matchup. Who's going to take it away? Tuzi versus Pokey.
Going to be interesting to see who is able to come out on top. Again, All Business really coming out ahead in the last mirror matchups that we found. I'm also excited to see, again, we're going to go back to the Adam Warlock plus Mantis combo for All Business. Glowstar was finding great use of that. My God, we are not just going back to that. We're going back to the whole comp. We're bringing back the Iron Man. The annoyance of that gamma beam charge coming out from the laser. Tutu was being such a menace on the whole. And yeah, I mean, you have Namor and you especially have Hela. I feel like this Iron Man shouldn't be such a big problem.
So true. So true. And it did feel like on the defense side of things, it didn't do as well as the offense, but they're still going to utilize it here. They recognize it is Convoy. This is what works for us, managing to half-elf Lanix there already. And if they do find Hela here, Fuzy's not going to have any concerns. They do take down Pokey, and look at this. Yet again, already finding a way for it to work, but they do have to be wary of these squids.
Yeah, I mean, trying to find some off angles, trying to wrap around to be an annoyance, as Psycho does. Gets one on the Slopo, but sadly on the Adam Warlock, it doesn't mean too much when we could just have that self-res right away. Still, means it will be impactful if we find a second, but All Business doing a nice job backing up, keeping the Iron Man healthy for now, and playing around the terrain safely.
It's so crazy how much damage Tuzi can drop with that power-up as well coming on in from close. It's working so well, but they do have a corner to get around here on the side of Royal Beamers. Polly is just taking so much damage onto them. That shield pretty much getting exploded the second it goes up. Lanix trying to see if they can push them back here. Try and sneak a couple of hits into that background. Trying to dive onto Tuzi, and they do find it. Eye of Agamotto gets utilized. They do manage to find a stun. Take down Welsh Mania. This might be the advantage that Royal Beamers needed. They get stuns though on the side from the Mantis, and again the fate of both worlds has to be used by Royal Beamers. The Eye of Agamotto pops out from Polly there, and they do connect onto Tutu. They are managing to get slightly around the corner, but All Business had the cap onto that payload there. They've only just got it on the side of Royal Beamers.
Yeah, so gonna have to start making their way to pushing up this convoy, but we know Welsh Mania, we can see it here, does have the portal available considering they just died. Even things like the Karmic Revival and a lot of ultimates in general up for All Business. So they should be favored heading into this fight if they can even make it through that entry point. And they did.
Ooh, Psycho managing to find some quick hits there, but got the damage returned. Lanix pops out the Meteor M, trying to see if they can hit Closer, and they do. No longer having that strategy. If the Invincible Pulse Cannon was coming, but Pokey takes down Tuzi, and great play by Royal Beamers to connect with those KOs, but in return, Welshmania and Slowpo managing to find some great KOs for themselves. They do utilize that revival on the side of Slowpo just to bring back the rest of their team, and it looks like that's enough to at least defend this payload here.
Yeah, they're still trying to fend off the DPS on the opposite side. You see people like Pokemon Demon Meow and Polly trying to play from that off angle. We're going to see Tutu, though, be able to get his hand straight onto the Luna. Is taking quite a bit of damage, but does just end up running Ryan down. Polly somehow was able to fly up to Tuzi, though, and find him at the same time. So nice damage taken down. Goddess of Death coming from Demon, and that's about what he could find. Starts off with Slowpo, Flowstar, a bit of an awkward point, but they are going to focus down the Vanguards for now. And with this ultimate, they should be able to push him back a decent amount and get this convoy up.
Yeah, I suspected they could get that cap, but then we see the fate of both worlds used. Oh, Lanix just annihilates Tuzi. So much damage that they no longer have here on the side of all business. And Ayabagamoto from the heavens comes on down, finds a double KO onto those strategists. Royal Beamers with the advantage.
Yeah, now Royal Beamers should definitely be able to cap this point. We could see Tutu trying to buy time as Hulk, but is going to end up going down. So, nice first push coming out from Royal Beamers. Again, it feels like this Iron Man really getting focused out in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, and it feels like they still had the ult economy on the side of Royal Beamers as well. We've got the two Strategists and Vanguard ults ready to go. Closars on the side of all business, still looking for a couple more though. So despite the fact that they utilized two ults to lock in that first sector, they still have the advantage coming around here.
Yeah, Tuzi now trying to be an annoyance, but again, you are dealing with a Hela. Should be able to find it. Tutu trying to make his way in. All business getting close to some ults themselves. Tuzi just got his up, but Slowpo gonna have to be careful. Don't want to get taken out before that Karmic Revival is available. Great snipe onto Pokey Demon Yao, and they're doing a nice job to hold the momentum of Royal Beamers, who still have 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and this is a hard corner to get around as well, to be honest. And beaming on down from the side of Tuzi. We do have ultimates on the side of Royal Beamers ready to go. Not far from Pokey as well. Monster Hulk comes on out in the face of Royal Beamers. That's going to be tough for them to handle. They are getting pretty weak though. Hornet Proteus has to be utilized. Bruce Banner is now on the field. That's going to be an easy cap for them to find. But look at what Tuzi's doing yet again. Ran into a Pokey though. They get taken down. The Eye of Agamotto gets used from Polly, and it's going to do enough to find 2 KOs. The third going by Psycho, finding Zanrin. Wow, okay, all business are struggling here.
Yeah, and for Royal Beamers, if Psycho was the star of the show earlier, it really has felt like in this map and the last map, it really has been Pauly, the one stepping up and finding these huge, honestly, just really clutch ultimates. Consistently getting onto the strategist. Speaking of ultimates, still 2 available for both sides. No one else really close, so fights, I'd say, on even-ish footing. I do like what Royal Beamers have a bit more with that Goddess of Death, though. You're gonna have the portal come out from Welsh Mania to start funneling all business through. Let's see if they can find anything here. As Tuzi already taken out Tano.
Oh, wow, yeah, that means that they weren't able to utilize the invincible pulse cannon. They do come on back, but Slowpo gets taken down by a great flank from Pokey here, but they do run into the beam of Tuzi. Very close to being able to find that one. Closeout back in as well, as we do have right on the edge of this point. If they break this shield, we can use that invincible cannon, but I don't know, because they have been pushed back here on the side of Royal Beamers. All business are actually on the backside of this point. They do manage to keep up Psycho, but there we go. The Hulk reigns in from 2-2. We still only have the one ultimate on the side of all business as Psycho connects with Closer.
Yeah, they're going to keep running it down. They still are the ones with more ults, too, making their way to their strategist ults now. So this should be a fairly one fight for the side of Royal Beamers. All business. I mean, this is all they got. This is going to be rough. Are going to be able to cap this point, but still, no ultimate still on the side of all business to really be able to contest this ult economy.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 1 minute 30 now, and if we compare this to the first convoy that we saw, a huge difference here, right? Royal Beamers, they've got every single ultimate ready to go as we push around this final section. All business have been on the back foot for the majority of this game here.
Yeah, obviously not feeling as comfortable in this setup. They're finally going to change things. As we can see, Tuzi on the Hela, maybe going to be able to make a bit of a difference. But still, look at Royal Beamers, so confident with all these ults, just poking them down from afar with Psycho and Pokemon. But Tuzi on the Hela does find one strategist. I mean, they are right next to their spawn, so it isn't going to make the biggest difference. But maybe they can find a bit more here with Pokemon Meow getting another.
Yeah, especially when we have 40 seconds left for them to defend this before we hit that overtime. You've just got to continue to find these KOs and continue to find them quick. Barrier goes on up from Closer, just keeping the entire team in. We've got so many ultimates ready to go. It's going to be tested here for words per minute. Psycho dives on through. We do have the fate of both worlds. There's a whale. The whale connects with Closer. And Eye of Agamotto comes on back from Polly, and they manage to find it in the background. Take down Tuzi. So much damage no longer there on the side of all business. Royal Beamers connect. There is this goddess of death. Pokey finds Slowpo. Taking out those strategists has meant the difference for Royal Beamers as they push All Business back into their own spawn room here.
Yeah, doing it just in the nick of time, just getting down to overtime, and it looks like they've done enough. Polly being a menace. Pokemon Meow. Oh, Goddess of Death doesn't even make a difference. No one can touch the convoy.
Time to switch things up.
All right, so this is it. All Business have to get this the entire way and take it down to that overtime push, or it is going to be a win over to the side of a Royal Beamers, and we have to go to match point yet again.
And, you know, kind of looking back at that match, it feels like All Business maybe stuck to their guns a little bit too long. The Iron Man and the Hulk eventually end up swapping off, but it felt like a lot of the damage had already been done. And especially at that second point, that's where the game snowballed, right? The fact that Royal Beamers are able to win fights with no ultimates, still every ultimate on the board to make sure that they can get us over the line. So great by them, some missteps from All Business, but now with All Business starting out with Hella, with the Thing, this might be the difference maker for them to, you know, again, show us what they showed us in the last two
30
maps.
seconds before you attack.
I do like it from Royal Beamers to stick to their guns, though. That's just worked for them so well in that round. They're going to continue to see if it can for the defense. Sometimes you do have to shake it up, don't you? What works on an offense doesn't necessarily work on a defense, but it looks like Royal Beamers are going to run it on back and see if it is the answer for them in this one. 4 minutes that they need to be defending this here.
The battle starts in
Yeah, we can see Close Star starting off as Scarlet Witch to get that team up going with Magneto. Of course, on a map like this, Welshmania going to be able to take a lot of advantage of getting that team up at the start to try to put some good damage onto the back line. And again, now I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Tuzi and Toot, the ones who made the swap, but Pokemon now already looking for the off angles to assassinate All Business with.
Yeah, if they can find some good KOs on that quickly, that'll be the difference maker. Royal Beamers, though, have been backed up quite early. Looks like they're going to go for this off angle around here, try and see if they can poke onto Slowpo, and they do. I mean, there's 3 of them in that space. They weren't going to be getting out of that one. Now they rein back round, but a good push here from All Business already. Pokey, though, consistent damage, finding 1 KO, trying to see if they can find more. Tuzi gets it in their face, but has to back on up.
Yeah, still going to be trying to look for it, but a bit of an awkward situation as instead we go to the meatball fight between Vanguards, Welshmania, and Lanx. Ooh, Pokedemon going to be pushed into the corner. Nice finish off by Welshmania to keep it going. But still, Royal Beamers really being forced back by Toot's the Thing, just taking up a lot of space. And ooh, maybe taking up too much space at Brian. Just able to find an easy one onto him and even get that Fate of Both Worlds online.
They get cut on back. Welshmania doesn't connect with that Meteor M. We have to utilize the boundary, and then we also saw the Fate of Both Worlds coming out from the side of All Business. They do have closeouts all ready to go as well, so they can pair them up. Fate of Both Worlds used by Ryan. It looks like they're going to consistently pair these strategists up just to keep them in this fight so far, but they do have Toot and Welshmania in their face. It looks like the push is on. First sector is going to be capped by All Business with 2 minutes left. That's 440 on the board for this next segment.
Yeah, great by All Business. You can see them even playing it a bit differently, right? When all of Royal Beamers are going to handle the Namor, the rest of All Business just sitting on the point is we're going to see if we can find a pick onto Psycho, but nope, Psycho manages to get away from Tuzi's Wrath. We have 3 ults up now, Welshmania not too far from his, but Royal Beamers really matching the ult economy of All Business.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting fight again. Look at how All Business are fighting up so far ahead just to make sure that they can get that payload around that corner where it's so easy to stall. Welshmania in their face. Slowpo with a good off angle here, trying to see if they can go around for the flank, and they do connect on Luna. No, they take out the second strategist, Slowpo. That is filthy.
Yeah, finds the first one, gets the squids aggravated, gets another, and now he's running down Lanx's Magneto too. Does end up going down to Psycho, but it feels like Slowpo had more than done his job.
Yeah, listen, I'll take the triple KO for getting KO'd. Like, what a matchup that was. We did utilize the Goddess of Death from Tuzi, maybe a bit too prematurely, but here we go. The Fate of Both Worlds has to be used by Royal Beamers. If they can keep them in this corner, they can finally get it, but the payload has been capped by Royal Beamers, so that's going to be rolling on back. Psycho takes out Tuzi, and now, again, All Business are on the back foot here. They have to utilize the boundary, but they are falling, and falling quick. They take down that Vanguard. Welshmania no longer there. Tutsu trying to put up the defense. I like this from Lanix, though. They've spotted a weak Slowpo and tried to dive on through to them. So Royal Beamers have connected with a great defense.
Yeah, and it felt like a lot of it was sending two members up top. They spotted out Tuzi, who was trying to find that flank, able to get him down pretty quickly. And then the rest from there was all Royal Beamers. I thought it was going to go awry when Lanix really didn't have a great way to get that Meteor M down. But they do manage to pull through now, though. All Business, the one with some ults online. I think critically that Luna Snow, Fate of Both Worlds, going to do a lot to make sure that they could hard force this one. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, so tons of time to work with for All Business.
Yeah, that they do. They need to try and see if they can bait out King Beam's ultimate here before they do get Luna Snow on the board. Their own has to be utilized. The whale comes on through, doesn't connect with enough people to capitalize on it, but here comes the Meteor M, and that takes out King Beam. Don't need to worry about the boundary when they get KO'd, and now All Business trying to see if they can get the flank on here from the side of Slowpo. Takes down Pokey. Lanix has been taken by Tutu as well, and finally they come back through and get the advantage. They just need to hold them at this point. Looks like this second sector is going to be capped yet again. 2 minutes on the board. That's going to go on free to 3-minute 30.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at how ults were used, right? Royal Beamers tried to match, invested both Lanix and King Beam's ultimates to try to prevent the push, not able to get anything. All Business, though, did use all of theirs, but I think they'll take that 3 minutes to still get this the rest of the way. We didn't really get to see much of a struggle the last time around because of the difference in ultimates. Hopefully this time, All Business can get this going and push us to an overtime. As Slowpo, already being dangerous, finding his way onto Ryan, gets it. Now can he manage to get out? With members under him, it looks like it's going to be a little bit rough.
I love these off angles that they're managing to find, with Pokey demonstrating it for us, managing to take out Tuzi there. Toot has taken down Psycho, though, so duelist for duelist at the moment. Look at Pokey going around and finding Closar. It's these duelists that are deciding this game, taking out these strategists. Pokey's done it for Royal Beamers, and not having both of them in this fight, they continue to rain through the damage in the background. Toot does get them in the face, but they've done what they need to do there, Lyric.
Yeah, I think Pokey even now is going to take that. Again, even being closer with their spot. And again, it is Slowpo not expecting the pop out of the Magneto to take him down. And now, you know, Tano, we're about to get very rivals in here. We're on our way to having all ultimates on the board. And then, you know, it's going to be utter chaos.
Oh, that it is, buddy. We're going to be at the edge of our vocabulary here as we push on through. Earthbound comes on in, clobbering time. There we go. The fate of both worlds is used by both. Luna Snows. Pokey still has this off angle. Meteor M comes through, goes into an Eye of Agamotto. There comes the Proteus. The whale rains down. They're trying to see if they can take down Tuzi. They got it to death. Doesn't do enough, though. It does return on the side of Tuzi, and it's all popping off here as King Beam is trying to see if they can get the heals through. They haven't been able to utilize the ultimate just yet on Closer, but they don't just need it. Royal Beamers have been backed up around the corner. Psycho finding the up angle here to Tuzi. What a fight that has ended up being. Psycho gets punched in the face by the Thing. Ryan here with a good corner to make sure that Doctor Strange has the healing that they need. Royal Beamers with a massive defense here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I love how they're kind of playing off two very far angles, right? Half the team on one side. We saw Ryan supporting the Magneto on the opposite. Poly, though, looks like he might be able to find the name, or does. Slowpo goes down, so All Business once again getting pushed back. Before we said they'd quite a bit of time, but now under a minute left. Royal Beamers, they might be able to push us to another game.
We're going to have clobbering time for 2-2, and we do have the boundary for Closer. Not far off Zanrin's Fate of Both Worlds as well, whilst we're lacking a little bit on the side of Royal Beamers. Fate of Both Worlds ready. Polly trying to see if they can connect with that. Clobbering time does rain on through. We haven't seen any KOs come, though. Zanrin gets taken down by Pokey. Meteor M doesn't connect either. Welsh Mania is getting so much damage put onto him. Fate of the Both Worlds has to be used to keep their team here, but Royal Beamers have the defense on, and Psycho wails Tuzi out of this game. And I think this is it. We're 15 seconds down. We're about to hit overtime here.
Yeah, and for the side of All Business, I mean, Welsh Mania and Tutu trying to do their best, but their squishy members keep getting picked off in the backline. Fate of Both Worlds comes out from Zanrin. They want to try and just hard force this payload forward, but Eye of Agamotto from Poly, he's he able to find anything? Doesn't look like he did. Haymakers coming through. 2-2 gets one on the Psycho, and it looks like All Business coming out slightly ahead in this fight. Meteor M goes up. Doesn't look like he can find anyone. Pokemon? Oh, honestly, just one ult cycled after another. Really not much to be found from Royal Beamers. All Business, some of them are dying, but they have enough to keep this convoy moving.
Oh, can they take down 2-2? They put up such a massive defense. They're not on the point anymore. They need to run on through. Overtime is about to expire, and it does. Royal Beamers is able to take this game.
3.
That last fight was insane. 1 for 1 at every instance. But at the end of the day, they managed to push them off the point long enough. When you only have 2 Vanguards alive, there isn't a whole lot you could do. And we said before this game, right? The last 2 maps, kind of in a microcosm within the rounds, there were some really close fights, but All Business kept coming out ahead. It's nice to see Royal Beamers get a point on the board. And honestly, it's nice just to not end with a second 3-0 in a row. Let's be honest, Tana, we didn't want that.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. There were so many moments of excellence coming out of those players during that game, buddy. And that final segment, it was all action, non-stop. Multiple times we have every single ultimate ready to pop on off, and I very much enjoyed that one. Royal Beamers managing to take that win means that they can even this one out if they take the next one.
Yeah, and you kind of look at the stats, really, I mean, huge damage differences, especially coming from the duelists. But I mean, Royal Beamers across the board, again, I've been so impressed with Poly today, especially. Their Eye of Agamottos have been so on point with what they've been able to find, and it feels like that was really paving the way for Royal Beamers to honestly just come out ahead in this match.
I mean, as we were talking about the matchups, weren't we, with the mirror matchups? Tuesday there, managing to get 22k damage, 13 final hits. That's impressive anyway. But Pokey comes out with 21 final hits and over 30k damage, buddy. They defo won that matchup in that game, and it was very impressive to see Pokey paired up with Polly just doing what they need to do to ensure Royal Beamers gets that win. That was such a great set, mate.
Yeah, and especially, right, you pointing out Pokedemon, it was all those off angles just coming out from the most disgusting, ridiculous. You could see on All Business's side them never expecting that the hella angles they could find. And honestly, even the Namor gameplay that was coming out earlier with Psycho, he would just like pop his head out, get 1 or 2, and be like, whatever, my job's done. I could die now. We could just move forward. It was great.
The elf angles were fascinating in that game. They played them so well. And I tell you what, we've got the highlights here, chat. You check them out yourselves.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Let's go, Jerry!
All right, Lyric Royal Beamers managing to find themselves a win there. If they can take this one, we may be able to say the words, the reverse sweep is on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hey, again, earlier we had a 3-0. We're excited. We got a map taken back. And honestly, this time around, Royal Beamers did feel like the better team throughout the whole map, right? They were giving All Business more problems when they were on the offensive side. They did much better making sure that All Business couldn't push through at the end. And now it's like, hey, you found a bit of momentum. You get a bit of that mental reset. You know you could beat them now. So I'm excited to see us go into this fourth match, which will be another domination map. We're heading to the Royal Palace, but it doesn't matter where we're going because we hate trees in this matchup. Polly never going to be allowed to get on that Groot, which again, if you're Polly, you probably don't even care at this point because your Eye of Agamottos have just been so on point as the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I was going to say just that. Coming down from the heavens with the Eye of Agamottos was so good from Polly there. We're going to take out the Venom, though, on the side of Royal Beamers and protect the Lunar Snow for themselves. These strategists getting a lot of attention with Adam Warlock getting saved by All Business.
Yeah, it seems like All Business just want to have that strat available to them to fall back on. We saw them start off with the Adam Warlock, Iron Man, Hulk that they ran earlier in the last map as well. Eventually had to swap off of it. But it seems like just wanting that option there, All Business. I like taking away the Strange as well. So clearly really saying that Polly is the threat to be feared, but also maybe saying, hey, we don't believe that you have a much deeper pool of heroes than Groot and Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting strategy from All Business. I really do like it. Now they're going to rotate On to the Thing on the side of Polly, pairing that with Magneto. Welsh Mania maybe looking to see if they can get some quick KOs on that Penny. We don't see much of Penny Packer, I will say.
No, not at all. And you know, you were actually hitting on last game about how, you know, sometimes you want to change it up from offense to defense because some heroes not functioning well on both. Penny really being that one that typically, you know, pretty solid on the defensive side, being able to get that nest down. Curious to see it here in domination and how they do go with it. Like you said, some quick assassinations you can find with those mines. Once again, though, we are going to get Slowpo and Psycho back on the mirror matchup of the Namors. I love Pokedemon was thinking about looked like go to the Psylocke, but when you had such a magnificent performance on the Hela in the last game, why change?
That's so true. Ryan here on the Jeff the Landshark. As much as I would love to see it for the entirety of this game, Lyric, I think it's just going to be there to provide them with that speed boost to get onto the domination point as soon as possible. With no Strange here, they don't have access to those portals.
Please don't say that. You know, I wanted Jeff the Landshark DPS last weekend when I was casting. I want it today, but you're right. Still only the bubbles for now. And now both teams going to be running headfirst into each other. Tuzi is going to be the one bringing out the Psylocke. So going to be a lot of threat onto Ryan King Beam on the opposite side. Right now, both Vanguard lines just running headfirst at the other. I like taking down that Ice Monstro quickly. Speaking of taking down quickly, too, Pokedemon now finding the headshots on the Toot and making sure that his time on the Thing ends very quickly.
Yeah, it's enough for them to be able to cap the point on the side of Royal Beam. And Slowpo getting very weak there. There's the heals coming on through, but they are connecting with these pawns. They try and see if they can poke out Pokey, but they fall on down. It looks like a good defense from Royal Beamers now that they're on this point. Holly, again, just in the face of these Vanguards consistently. Welshmania trying to get that off angle onto the strategist, but they haven't been able to find it just yet. Tutu getting pretty weak. They have to put up the runes here from Loki, but look at the corners that they're managing to find here on the side of Holly.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job just finding those avenues in as we see God of Mischief come out from Flowstar, getting Fate of Both Worlds, but Pokedemon now, I mean, he finds Slowpo off in the distance, not going to be able to take advantage of those Luna ultimates, both matching each other, but Welshmania with the Meteor M, let's see if we can find Ryan. Ryan manages to get away with just a sliver of HP, and now still back and forth. It seems like Royal Beamer's ultimately on top. Dance of the Butterfly comes through for Tuzi, does take down King Beam, and with that, all business trying to cap the point, but not going to be able to do so. Pokedemon now is such a menace, Tano.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They do pop that Goddess of Death. Holly falls down to Welshmania, and they haven't been able to connect with the Death just yet until they find Slowpo finally. But Welshmania's done what they need to do, takes out Lanix, and now they just need to defend them coming in onto this point. They're so close to being able to cap it here. They backed them off it, and we're going to flip it on over.
Yeah, doing a nice job now getting the Loki clones in position to make sure that the healing stays up. Tuzi trying to play from the opposite side, hoping that the rest of Royal Beamers just funnel into this 1 point up against Welshmania. Not going to do it just yet. Royal Beamers will have to back off. And with no ults up, I think it's going to be really hard to just try to brute force your way onto the point.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. I mean, it's not easy with ults, never mind without them. Tuzi trying to see if they can get some off angles here. Psycho Squid was taken out, but look at that. They take the opportunity to annihilate Pokey instantly. They do fall themselves, though, but we have the advantage of Welshmania being here with the Meteor M. Will it connect? Lanix puts up the shield. They didn't find the connection with it, unfortunately. Welshmania getting pretty weak here as well. They're going to get their face full of Lanix. Clobbering time rains on out, but they aren't able to do anything with the CC that's paired with it. Royal Beamers now having a bit of an advantage with that Fate of Both Worlds being utilized.
Yeah, we're going to see, I mean, Invisible Boundary coming out. Fate of Both Worlds used by Flowstar after the God of Mischief as well. Some nice damage coming through. King Beam. Oh, they get a nice knock-up onto Slowpo from the Thing. They get it. They managed to get two, but that opens up for Tuzi to go with the Dance of the Butterfly. It is going to push Royal Beamers off of what looked like such a successful start of the fight.
Yeah, that's the main point, isn't it? Despite the fact they didn't get any KOs with that, they didn't need to. They pushed the Vanguards off the point, enabled all business to keep it, and now they have to regroup and come back in. They do have the Goddess of Death for Pokey. Lanix getting pretty weak, but they have the Meteor M. But right now, all business just need to hold them up around this corner.
Yeah, they're doing their best. 2-2 trying to put a ton of pressure down with those haymakers, getting just unlimited healing from the strategist. Before, it felt like they pushed a bit too far forward, which is why Welsh Mania went down with no healers. But isn't going to be the case this time. We do have Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Royal Beamers to just try to get on the point. The Loki runes come out, and this looks like it might be Royal Beamers' chance to really take hold of this point.
This is it though, it's on overtime, they need to take it now or it's going to go to all business. Tuzi gets a face full of energy from Ryan, that's a great KO for them. And here we go, Psycho putting the pressure on down, they do have Thing in their face, but it doesn't matter, they connect onto Welsh Mania anyway. They do have the Horn of Proteus they can use to defend this and get the flip on through. They're just waiting for the moment if it is needed. The face of it from Lanix though connected onto Zanri, and it looks like Royal Beamers have done what they need to do to flip this point.
Finally, fights were going so back and forth, but ultimately it felt like all business, even if they were losing members, were able to maintain pressure with their vanguards to push the rest of Royal Beamers back. Now though, with those ultimates finally able to get charge of the point, I gotta say, Ryan winning that 1v1 against Tuzi, hilarious, and I love it. Psycho now looking to see if he can find a bit of a 1v1 for himself. Does! And manages to get the kill onto Tuzi.
Wow, Psycho is just absolutely crazy on this. We do see clobbering time coming on out. There was the Horn of Proteus as well. It looks like it is about to flip onto the side of all business. They got to keep on this point now. It's 99% across the board. It's all coming down to this team fight. Psycho finding the right corners, nearly taking them out there on the strategist. The Horn of Proteus gets used. Tuzi is so weak. 2-2 goes down, but Tuzi does manage to sneak their way around, but Pokey finds them anyway, and Royal Beamers are going to take map 1.
Royal Beamers really using the momentum from their last map win and bringing it into the Royal Palace. Ultimately, you know, I think we saw a lot of good things from the team all around, but that ending flank from Psycho, fighting the first, then giving him the pressure from just the pincer movement, putting more damage onto Zonri, and it was huge. And that's what we love to see, right? These clutch plays coming out from our duelists.
Oh, I feel like this is going to go all the way to the wire here, to be honest, Lyric. Royal Beamers, like, after those first 2 games, they have locked in and feel a lot more confident now coming up against all business.
And it just goes to show, right? It really doesn't matter how many Vanguard bans all business puts into Poly. Poly got taken off the Groot, taken off the Strange, and is still putting down work on the Thing.
Yeah, I feel like that speaks to how well these Vanguards are played in this game, right? There's so many that are in such a good position and can offer quite a bit to your team, so it kind of says a lot for how well they've managed to balance them, really.
Yeah, and, you know, just quick reminder for all out there, this is the upper bracket, so even if you lose here, your tournament isn't over, you still get another chance, but still, both teams definitely looking to just make their way through the upper bracket. Potentially meet who you would expect to be Virtus Pro winning out in their match, and, you know, having your hand at going up against the current kings.
Ooh, Slowpo doesn't manage to find an escape there. Pokey gets a quick KO on the board, trying to find Closar as well, but they get stunned in return and go down to the power of Closar. Lanix here putting up the shield, trying to see if they can block a lot of that damage. Oh, Ryan! Not a position you want to be in, buddy.
Yeah, after so much praise given over to Royal Beamers, I mean, hell, even with the flub, they're actually still keeping the momentum going with their duelists. Psycho finding a nice one, but EDRM coming out from Welsh Mania actually takes out Psycho. 2-2 at the same time found King Beam, so that's another strategist off the board, and all business really taking control of this fight so far with Zonrin and Slowpo finishing off the members of Royal Beamers.
Oh, Ryan's going to be like, why did you go on to me at that point on the camera? And now all business, they're able to try and push them back into the spawn room here. They need to be wary, though, because, of course, you do get a little bit overconfident at times, and you don't want to be pushing too deep in to expose yourselves without having the strategist there.
Yeah, I'm glad you point that out, is clobbering time comes out, but it feels like that's what we saw last time around. Actually stunned up. Polly not able to follow forward, but at the same time, all business not really getting anything out of that clobbering time. They are able to force out a Fate of Both Worlds from all business. It is going to be matched by Royal Beamers, and it is all chaos, Tano.
It is with Psycho connecting with that whale. Polly finds Closar. Looks like Royal Beamers are getting the KOs, and with Pokey yet again with a double. They're going to push onto the point here, take down the Vanguards, and it's going to flip on over to Royal Beamers.
Yeah, 2-2. I mean, he started that off with the slobbering time, and they weren't able to follow it up. They weren't able to find any kills, any real damage. The Vanguards of Royal Beamers did a great job standing in front and making sure that nothing was able to come through. And now Royal Beamers going to try to match that 47% cap that All Business got the points.
They're playing this one a little bit further back than All Business did. 2-2 in their face, tries to utilize their power, but they've got the shield from Magneto to back it up. Polly's just going to throw down these haymakers, push them back. Lanix is there with the push as well, but I like the approach from All Business here. They're attacking from both sides. Slowpo trying to connect around with this no more. Boundaries have to be used from both teams. There is a Meteor M raining on down. Doesn't connect with anybody just yet. Psycho trying to get themselves out of this situation. Pokey and Psycho from the top dropping that damage. Closeout goes down. So does Xanrin. Lanix uses the Meteor M to try to take out Psycho, but it doesn't connect, Lyric.
Yeah, just not doing enough. Honestly, just face thinking it is Psycho is kind of hilarious. Does manage to find the return kill with the help of Pokey Demon. And now, you said before they weren't playing that far forward, but with how much progress they have on the point, now they are.
Yeah, it's the right decision. Let's push on up. They don't have any ultimates to go by. They are about to get the Horn of Proteus for Psycho, but gotta be weary of it. They do dash on in on the side of Toot Toot, trying to pick up some KOs. Tuzi with the range here, but it does feel like Royal Beamers are in good position to defend this. Holly and Lanix taking both approaches to block off the entrance onto the objective. They've dived on through, though, on the side of Toot Toot. The pressure on Lanix is heavy. They have to utilize their healing. There comes the fate of both worlds, and it's going to be returned by the other fate of both worlds. Horn of Proteus rains down. Doesn't connect, though. The shield is used by Lanix, and the pressure is on the point right now. Slowpo has to utilize their move to get themselves healing. The Goddess of Death rains down, and Tuzi finds Ryan. Not having that strategist in may be the difference as we hit overtime.
Yeah, we saw him try to jump away, but still, it didn't mean anything. All Business going to find a couple more. Only Pokey Demon, Ryan, and Psycho up for Royal Beamers. So the cap now going to be returned to All Business right at would have been the finish line for the Beamers. All Business doing a nice job holding onto that Goddess of Death. Really felt like the difference maker to make sure that Royal Beamers had to funnel out of there. But they are going to have another chance. Still some time to work with All Business only having the point up to 65%. And not many ults to work with on either side. Only Lanix with that Meteor M.
Yeah, I feel like Polly charging theirs up might be the difference. Having two Vanguards with their ultimate clawbering time is used by Toot Toot. Slowpo finds Polly, though. Welsh Mania goes down to Pokey. Tuzi managing to find Psycho on the back of that as well. But we do have a very weak Toot Toot as they try and see if they can push on up with their haymakers. Pokey trying to dodge the thing in their face. They know that they're there on the side of Tuzi. And they're pretty low themselves, trying to work out for this squid, but what a connection that was.
Yeah, great follow-up. Meteor M going to come out from Lanix, so we're going to see if he can find anyone. Does get the Luna from All Business, even able to follow up, punching the Invisible Woman. Both strategists down. This is Royal Beamer's time. The overtime, sadly for All Business, they are dropping one by one, and it looks like we're going to be able to get it. Welsh Mania slowly getting taken down. Is it going to be able to buy enough time for anyone to get in here? They're trying to funnel in one by one, but it doesn't seem like that's going to do much for them. And we are going to end up getting it. Royal Beamers, they bring it back. It looked like they were going to go down 2-0 in this match, but they bring us all the way to a Game 5.
Oh my god, what a set this is becoming, Lyric. I mean, Royal Beamers, they have really stepped up in the middle of this battle. That was great play from them. They found... what I am liking is that they're trying to utilize these ults and not use all of them at once. Make sure that you have that economy on your side, and it's working for them, right? We're now at 2-2. We're going to match point with both of them being on that stage. The reverse sweep could be on.
Yeah, and you know, it feels like another thing that they have just stayed up with is playing off those off angles, going for these really weird aggressive plays. Again, seeing Pokey Demon use that, like get into Crow form, just keep running down Tuesday on the opposite side. These guys have no fear. Nice to see Pokey Demon 15 final hits, Psycho with 11. So really both duelists coming out from Royal Beamers, pulling their fair share. And hell, we even saw, right? MVP going to Lanix. Just again, the alt economies, the off angles. We're really seeing Royal Beamers step up. Two teams that don't have big names. Let's look at that replay and see how they did it.
fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship EMEA. I'm Lyric, joined by Spartan Tano, and we are going all the way to a Game 5 in our upper bracket. All Business versus Royal Beamers. It looked like All Business was taking us home to a quick 3-0, but Royal Beamers, they did it, Tano. They managed to bring it all the way.
Mate, we were rooting for them to do so, and they've managed to do here. I feel like we've had so many Frios already today. I've accidentally spoiled it for myself by looking on Twitter. I know we've had Frios across the board on pretty much all the other games here, but this one is going down to the wire, and I'm so excited to go into this final section because it feels like Royal Beamers now have a good understanding of how All Business want to play in this, Lyric.
Yeah, they definitely do. Again, they've been doing a great job with the off angles. They started to get better with their ult economy. It feels like that's what they were really struggling with, especially in that first map. They were able to improve. But I feel like for All Business, there should be a lot to learn too. You know, you've been banning the Groot all day. Last game, you actually tried to take 2 Vanguards off the board with the Doctor Strange as well. And it's like, all right, that really isn't doing a whole lot to limit Polly's impact. I wonder if they end up changing it up here. They do still keep the Groot ban, but a lot could change with these protects in the next ban.
Do you consider the Hela ban? Because Pokey has been absolutely cooking on that Hela here, Lyric. They do protect the Lunar Snow on the side of Royal Beamers, and they protect the Adam Warlock yet again. I don't know. I feel like Namor probably going to be the ban here because of that team up. No, they do go for the Hela. Yep. Pokey's doing too much.
I love it. I love the call out. I'm glad that they follow up with what you suggest because, like you said, yeah, it really has just been a menace now for Royal Beamers with what they want to take off the table last. I mean, before we were seeing a lot of things like Loki taken off until it finally was let back through, but still feeling the need to take off this Star-Lord. And again, it feels like All Business, even if they don't run the Adam Warlock and Mantis, just wanting to keep that in their back pocket if they do need to change up. Pokey Demon now, not going to be on the Hela, so it feels like it's going to be a vastly different game. But real quick, just because we actually haven't really talked about it, Tano, the fact that Winter Soldier has just been pretty much open throughout this whole series, and then after that first map, no one go to it, is honestly kind of ridiculous.
You know what? Yeah, it is, considering how well Psycho was playing on it as well. Yeah, it's fascinating that they haven't gone back to it at all here. And I mean, they've even been playing a little bit of the Rocket Raccoon with the ammo and stuff like that. So I'm with you. I think it's quite surprising with Psycho, though. They have been doing extremely well every time they get access to this Namor.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job. Again, we've been seeing a lot come out with the Aquatic Dominion and just how much those squids are able to get done. But now, you know, I feel like before we were looking at Royal Beamers, how they bounced back, how they brought us here. But now it really feels like All Business, the ball's in your court. We've now seen you lose twice in a row after 2 pretty dominant performances. Can they bounce back with, again, I'd say pretty similar compositions to what we've already been seeing? Things like the Psylocke are going to make a real difference, though. That is where we saw Tuzi causing a little bit of chaos earlier in the day.
I'm opening a portal.
It's pretty much nearly a mirror matchup here as well as we have a look. I mean, you know, it's going to be who wins, Pokey, Tuzi, what's going to happen, Psycho there with Slowpo as well. Portal is utilized here by All Business, trying to see if they can just bait them out with the portal and push on from the opposite side here. Get that pincer movement action going on through. But we do have Ryan in a comfortable position just to rain down this damage and healing from up here. Tutu getting pretty weak. They are backed off the portal here from the Royal Beam as Welshmania trying to dive on in, pushing these Vanguards very slightly back. Sanrin providing the healing that they need from this distance. But I think Tutu looks like, oh, they were nearly going to go down there, Lyric. There, Sanrin managing to keep them up, but Royal Beamer's getting a good defense on here.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job. Again, I think a lot coming down to that angle that Ryan was playing. No one able to contest and finally to get forced off, but All Business, they're falling like flies now. Psycho able to find 2 great tridents. Blast one onto Welshmania to make sure he goes down. And it was an interesting plan from All Business. Attack from 2 fronts, right? Portal behind, half your team go through the front entry point onto the point, but it didn't work out. Again, both King Beam and Ryan really left untouched from the avenues that All Business were trying to take.
I do like the fact that All Business have been pushed to the point where they have to try these strategies right now, though. These different strategies they want to bring into it, mate. We are going to push on up here with the Amplifier, giving them that extra added bonus. But again, Ryan is in that comfortable position where they're uncontested. We do have to utilize both of the strategists' ultimates, though, to keep them around. That's why the dive is down here. Everything's coming out. Meteor and Tuzi utilizing the Butterfly, and it looks like All Business have utilized so many ultimates just to cap this point. But listen, you ain't going to win the game if you don't do it, so I think that's a good play.
I agree, especially with the clock counting down. Royal Beamer's not using all that much. Invisible Boundary being used as well as their Meteor M, but still 4 ults online. I feel like the real difference maker was that Tuzi caught King Beam out. King Beam was nowhere close to being able to enter the Invisible Boundary, and then it just really allowed for All Business to take over. So they do get the point. Now they are going to be able to get that convoy pushing. Slopo will have that Horn of Proteus up, but really feels like for All Business, what you're hoping for here is just bait out some of these ultimates for Royal Beamers without really having to connect to a fight.
Oh my god, Welshmania showed their face and got punished for it. So much damage instantly on them. Psycho finds Tuzi in return though, and they've got a great angle here to rain down fire from above with those tridents. Royal Beamers with a quick, good defense there onto that convoy.
And I feel like we've actually seen this out of Welshmania a few times, right? Walking a bit too far forward where his strategists aren't able to answer and then just immediately gets brought down again. Maybe just trying to scare them enough to like, oh, Magneto, press that ult button. But it didn't work today, Tano.
Not even phased by it on the side of Tuzi. All Business here, trying to see if they can get the corner. But again, Psycho is just so comfortable on this top side, raining down tridents from above. Pokedemon finds Zanrin, and again, Welshmania rains down. Triple KO for Psycho. These angles they're finding here are just illegal, Lyric.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, that just speaks to the map in general, right? Very hard fire Pokedemon. Great 1v1 on a Tuzi. But this map, especially where we are at with the convoy, right? There's just a lot of great high ground for Royal Beamers to play with, and it makes it really hard for All Business to try and force their way in. You can see All Business, though, going back to the strat that worked before. Stack up those ult charges and get going as the amplifier comes out.
Throw down those squids. They have the Horn of Proteus that they can rain down from above here as well. Meteor M has to be used. I don't think they're aware on that Magneto that Psycho is up there. We're trying to see the Horn of Proteus come on in. Slowpoke manages to get themselves away from it though, and Fate of Both Worlds has to be utilized here from King Beam. Horn of Proteus in return takes down Rhine. 2-2 finds Pokey, and I think this is finally the advantage that Royal Beamers didn't want them to have. All Business take the KOs, and now they can finally get back on this payload.
All Business just waiting for their ults to charge up, then making the big play to get the push going. Tuzi also finding Psycho, adds a bit of stagger to the death timer, which should allow... No, never mind. We have a portal coming through from Poly. Does have Eye of Agamotto up.
Going all in here with 144 before that second segment is done. They have managed to pull on out of that portal and actually push back All Business. 2-2 goes down to Psycho. If they can connect with more KOs, and that's exactly what Pokey has managed to do on Tuzi. Now they're all the way back to the spawn room yet again. The Dance of the Butterflies gets used. That's a double KO for Pokey. Very close to being able to pick up Welshmania, and they do with the rest of it. Triple KO for Pokey, and Royal Beamers have backed up All Business here.
Now right back again to that entry point where they don't want to be, where they have to worry about the high ground, where they have to worry about people like Psycho just waiting on a roof for his time to pop out his head and find those critical hits. Does have Horn of Proteus up as well as Meteor Emperor Lanix. We're not too far off from King Beam and Zonrin getting those Luna ults online too. But for now, it's just going to be 2-2, trying to be a little bit of a menace and force All Business way back towards the convoy.
I love the fact that All Business are having to rotate through a different angle here just because of how good Royal Beam is at position. Wow, the connection on Rhine there. Horn of Proteus rains on down. They've got the amplifier with it. That's a double KO for Slowpoke. They take out Lanix, and it looks like they've got the push on, buddy. They're going to be able to cap this one as we have 15 seconds left. 1:45 on the board for the final segment.
Yeah, All Business going to be happy they made that in just the nick of time. Nice to see the amplifier, too. Again, you have that. If you decide to use the Luna damage amp as well, a lot of ultimates can just, one-shot Squishy's full HP. Finding that there, as we can see on the map, Slopo actually kind of waiting off in that side angle for Royal Beamers to walk forward.
Psycho does have the Horn of Proteus ready to rain down as well. Tuzi here with the butterflies. They were just waiting to get around that corner, but they've got to be wary, of course, because it does deflect against their shields, and they dive on in to do just that. Pokey manages to get themselves out, but they found Ryan with that one, so no longer having that strategist is going to be huge for them. Welsh Mania trying to put some pressure onto Lanix here. Slowbro are trying to handle Pokey. They do get them pretty weak, but the fate of both worlds is going to keep them around.
Slowbro playing past the Vanguard line, that was crazy. Does get the critical hit onto King Beam, which finishes him off. Being down that strategist is going to be so important, especially while still not having that invisible ult up, as Pokedemon now is going to at least stall a bit of time with that Dance of the Butterfly, but actually it doesn't stall anything, Tano. It's all business. Still raining down the Tritons, and Toot Toot is just being such a menace with that Haymaker in the front line.
All right, we got 20 seconds left, but it looks like they're going to be able to get this. We're going to dive on in here, but it's not quick enough. There we go. So that's going to be 3 points on the board. Definitely took them a while to get it there, buddy, but it does mean that they have 2 points that they can stall them out on the side of Royal Beamers.
I'm also glad we finally really started to see Slopo step up on the Namor, because I was kind of highlighting that coming into the match, right? If you go back, if you go to the client, watch into the previous matches, because again, just a reminder, you could do that. Anyone can go and you want to see how OG lost to Virtus Pro earlier? Bam, in the client. But I was watching quite a bit of All Business. Slopo was a menace on the Namor. They got quite a few bans against it. Today, it's really been Psycho and Royal Beamers, in my mind, being the ones winning out in that mirror matchup. But towards the end there, Slopo again walks past the Royal Beamers front line and is just being such a terror to the strategists. This guy's no fear.
Both of these teams have been such a joy to watch in Castmate. This has been one of my favorite sets of the championship so far. Again, because of those mirror matchups, we find every single individual player has had a moment of excellence in this entire set. And we have this final moment to come on through to see who's going to win it. It's so exciting.
Yeah, and it looks like, the excitement's going to build, because Royal Beamers potentially might be making that change up, assuming they stick to the Rocket and the Winter Soldier. You talked about that pairing earlier. The infinite ammo will be there. And it looks like Pokedemon is going to stick on the Winter Soldier, but we are going back to a Luna. So not going to be the Psycho performance that we saw earlier.
I mean, the thing is, Winter Soldier's so good that team up just makes it even more broken, right? So let's see what Pokey can do as they try and push around the corner here. Tuzi's getting weary for this flank into the backline. They've seen King Beam, trying to see if they can pick up a strategist here. And it looks like Loki is going to go down. Ryan taken out. They want to find Pokey as well, but Tuzi gets hit in the face by Pokey.
Yeah, still though, taking the Loki off the board, I feel like it's so important. No regeneration domain going to be able to come out just yet. So a lot of time for All Business to just keep layering on this poke without those full heals there. Looks like, though, is going to be able to rejoin up with the scheme back in time. And this was the off angle that we saw. Oh, Tuzi might have found Psycho. 2 members here. It looks like Psycho is just going to go down. Another kill, another KO for Tuzi.
Oh, Tuzi again, just waiting for these strategists to be on their own in the backline. Look at them break on through, charging up that Dance of the Butterflies, ready to pop on in, but it looks like a good defense so far from All Business. Not able to get onto the point here on the side of Royal Beamers. They take a different approach, but if they can't connect on those quick KOs, they won't be able to do so. The pressure is on. Lanix is trying to find where Pokey and Tuzi has gone, and they can't just yet. The Fate of Both Worlds has to be used. In return, the Amplifier is up for that damage boost. There comes in the Meteor M as well, and wow, the pressure is on here, but All Business with a great defense.
All Business, they keep it going. Slopo wins out against Psycho. There it is. Dance of the Butterfly is going to be able to finish off King Beam and Rhine. Both strategists taken down from Royal Beamers, and All Business. I mean, it was a little bit scrappy when they were the ones on the attack side, but they're doing such a great job of shutting Royal Beamers down. Less than 2 minutes on the clock for Royal Beamers to take control of this point.
I absolutely love delaying the KO onto Polly there so that they can't come in as quickly as a team. It's great play from All Business. Now they have a little bit of space to regroup.
And it feels like that's something that, you know, those small things are one of the things that a lot of our teams in Marvel Rivals have just been getting better at is, okay, we're going to have some ults start to come out, Fate of Both Worlds being popped. We just had Toot use the clobbering time, didn't find anything, but Tuzi gets one. Psycho answers back onto Close Star. Toot going to do his best. Oh, and with that, his best is great, Chano, as now another strategist down. Really back and forth so far, but all business. The ones leading the way in this fight.
Tuzi's gonna have to try and see if they can get them off that cat. Royal Beamers are managing to get 33%. Pokey, though, is here. They backed up all business into the spawn room for the payload. They're gonna be able to cap this one, but Thing, though, dives on through with the rush. The portal is pulled on out. Pokey finding Tuzi off that quick return, and King Beam takes out Slowpoke. Dance of the Butterflies is used to defend this cap. They're gonna be able to do so. We've got 18 seconds left, but they managed to cap it. It is 3 minutes on the board for the convoy.
And once again, we actually saw kind of the reverse of what we had in a previous map, where all business were the ones finding the initial kills, but it was Royal Beamers actually pushing all business Vanguard line back, which allowed them to start capping that point. It took so long. Demon Meow got his ult online, and there was nothing they could do. But speaking of that, Dance of the Butterfly now will be up for Tuzi. Still a lot of time for Royal Beamers to play with now that they were able to get that first point going. Psycho going to be taken down by Welsh Mania, and it looks like all business are smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, we nearly have all ultimates ready to go. They utilize the clobber in time, and Pokey managing to get taken down, but they take Closeout with them. I will take that. Welsh Mania here, trying to see if they can take out the Lunar Snow, but they don't go for them. Instead, they go for the Loki. Ryan is down, and Tuzi is going to dive in with a Dance of the Butterflies. They're not going to connect from the shields just yet, but they take out both Vanguards. All business cleaning up Royal Demons as we hit the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, and King Beam at least going to be able to find one back, but still being pushed back into your spawn. We saw what this part of the map could do for defenders with all the high ground and all the off angles you can play with when Royal Beamers were on their defensive side. So now it's all business's time to make use. Ult economy-wise, things are pretty even. Lanix now going to try and do their best to try to force all business back. All business not actually taking advantage of a lot of that high ground that we saw before, as Welsh Mania going to find one on the Psycho. God of Mischief did come out to copy the Fate of Both Worlds. They're going to allow Royal Beamers to walk forward, still being a little bit of a mess. All business having ults of their own to use. There we go. Clobbering time comes out. Finds some nice knockups. Suzy able to follow through with the crossbow, and now he's running King Beam down. Nice stun coming out to at least delay, but that's all they did. Delay the inevitable as all business once again come out on top.
Yeah, they've got a minute left here, so I suspect one more team fight to come on through. Royal Beamers, they've got 4 ultimates ready to go. King Beam isn't too far from theirs either, so it's going to be go big or go home at this point, or go to that loser's bracket. We've got 43 seconds now as Polly is just trying to block all this damage rain down onto them. They can't quite get the angle that they need to push on to this point here, and all this is doing is enabling more ultimates to be prepared as Welsh Mania is ready for the Meteor M.
Yeah, we get Dance of the Butterfly coming out, though, from Pokey Demon. Goes in, isn't able to find anything off the bat with the Regeneration Domain coming out. And Slowpo actually finds him on his exit still, though. Somehow one of the Squids took out Close Star on the opposite side. We do have Horn of Proteus coming through, but they're able to be saved by the Fate of Both Worlds. Polly, I have Agamotto, gets a couple. Zonrin goes down with another strategist off the board. Royal Beamers coming out ahead so far, but we're going to go into our overtime, and they need to get this fight on the board as Tutu actually takes down another.
They managed to flip the convoy. Now they are able to push it, but Tuzi finds Pokey, and I think that might be it with Tutu being here for the defense. Psycho Polly taken out. Overtime expired. All business do what they need to do to take this win, but they were pushed straight to the wire there.
You know, all business coming out strong in the first 2 maps, end up going down in the next 2 with Royal Beamers having a great performance. And then this, it honestly kind of looked dicey in the first half. It looked like, hey, this might be a close one where Royal Beamers come out again. But my God, on their defensive half, all business just looking so strong. Toot with those haymakers, really trying to deny any access from Royal Beamers moving forward.
What an electric set that was, mate. The angles that we were getting to witness were so good. Tuzi and Slowpo, Psycho and Pokey, and then the Vanguards, as we mentioned. And it was even great play coming in from these strategists. I mean, Ryan has got 3 final hits themselves in that one, and you don't expect that from your strategist. King Bean with a 35k healing. What a set that was. A shame from Royal Beamers, but as we've mentioned, they're going to go down into that lower bracket so they can still fight on through and maybe come back to take them on again.
And like you said, honestly, I feel like this was a great match. Like, both teams were exciting. If you are just starting to watch this MRC, it's like, hey, maybe 2 teams you didn't know about, but seriously, it looks like that these can be some of the ones in contention for those top spots in EMEA. I mean, hell, just by being here, they show that.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think with that, we're going to move on to round 13, which is those 2 lower brackets battle it off before we get prepared for round 14. So before all that, though, chat, enjoy these highlights while we take a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome back, Rivals. We are prepared for the next round of this Marvel Rivals Championship. We're going to be bringing you OG Esports versus Sixes. Sixes did fall to Virtus Pro. And in the other side of the bracket, it's Royal Beamers versus Luminosity. Luminosity managed to beat 0%, so unfortunately, they fall out of this tournament within the top 8. Not where they want to be there, Lyric.
No, definitely not. Again, former roster representing Fnatic, a team that a lot of people have high expectations for. But hey, when the bracket shakes up like this, when you end up having to face Luminosity, another team that people have seen be able to reach those heights, it's how it's going to shake out. We're also going to end up getting Virtus Pro versus All Business in that upper bracket. It's going to be a fun one. You assume, VP should be heavy favorites, but All Business a little bit wonky, a little bit wacky. Honestly, overall, Tano, I think the bracket has just really shaked out in a really fun way to watch.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% of the way. I feel like it's such an exciting bracket that we've ended up with here. I think those early matchups of people coming up against big teams has meant it's a really exciting bracket. As we go into this pick ban phase for this first round, Sixes versus OG Esports. OG are going to ban out the Adam Warlock instantly. Yeah,
it just seems like maybe a lot of these teams being like, hey, we don't need the variants. We don't need any shenanigans coming through. It's a comp we know that OG could play. They've played it a bit, but don't typically like to lean on it. Are going to end up protecting the Hela on the side of Sixes, but at the same time, for OG, you love being able to bring out that Hela for Etsu. Now going to have the Loki as well to try to set up for those respawns. And they say, you know what? Tanuki loves to play things that can find backline access. Let's get the Namor off the board.
I feel like OG Esports have got everything they want, really, out of this one, matey. I mean, they do take Venom away from Enzo, but that doesn't matter. They can rotate. I know they don't have access to the group, but the fact that Etsu gets access to their Hela, Tanuki gets access to their dive heroes because Namor has been taken out by themselves, that's everything they want from this pick ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Again, seeing Ken on the Loki, one of the best Lokis in the world. Overall, I think just really solid draft coming out for the side of OG. Tanuki on the Jeff. Now, Tanuki actually is one of the people who plays DPS Jeff. I don't know if we should expect him to stay on it, though. Probably just going to get value out of those bubbles. But I am not going to stop hoping for it.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I want to see it so much, especially someone like Tanuki that is able to use it so effectively. It looks like they may be staying on it. Oh no, they're waiting for the 20 seconds to rain on down so they can kick this one off. But exciting matchups here by the looks of things. Sixes, of course, they did end up just losing to Virtus Pro, but it's all down to what you can do against OG Esports. And the talk of the town is OG only lose against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that at the MRI. They were able to do a great job pushing that final the distance. We've seen it here. I believe it was round 4. We're going to end up meeting up. OG took a map off EP, but still ended up falling short. Now they're going to get their chance to show their stuff up against Sixes. And hey, we actually do have Tanuki stay on the Jeff. Doesn't really matter when Etsu gets taken out by the Magneto, but I'm still excited.
Yeah, let's see how long they manage to stay on it. I do love this from OG Esports, though. Also from Alexi, as you say, managing to connect with that KO instantly. Sixes getting a good defense from that direct team fight. Gonna have to take the rotate round now from OG Esports. Ken trying to see if they can get themselves up there as well.
Yeah, trying to take the high ground advantage to be able to find those snipes, still being forced quite back and forth by Sixes, doing a great job of just putting out some punishment. But this is what you know the Jeff for. Being sneaky, getting into that backline, and looking for those assassinations. Let's remember, he does have the Luna team up as well, which makes him that much more deadly. And OG just running down Sixes, gonna start getting this point capped.
Such a good map for the ultimate as well. You pair that with that matchup, they've got the team up and the damage Tanuki can do. They're just going to be a nuisance in the background. They're going to utilize this Jeff the same way that you would a Cylon, right?
Exactly, right. Get on the back line, be able to win out those duels. By being able to go underground, you can get out so quickly. And we're going to see what he's going to keep being able to do. Both teams building up ults quite steadily. Ken already having his, but Grimstoter taking out Etsu again. Etsu getting picked off twice so far as this Hela.
Yeah, and OG need Etsu to stay up and get those KOs themselves. That might be the matchup that decides this game. Snays here, though, diving on down. They don't yet have Meteor M, building it up quite nicely, though, waiting for Lunar Snow's Fate of Both Worlds to come down. There's the Kraken impact coming on out, though, from Anxi. They haven't connected with a KO just yet, but they're going again and again. Enzo finds Anxi. They only managed to take the clones from Loki. Meteor M finally comes back out, but it looks like OG Esports have backed Sixes up here with the pressure of Etsu's Goddess of Death.
Oh, clobbering time does come out, though, from Kenlikaj. But still, it doesn't matter. Even with ults being invested, OG just running them down with their basic attacks. Etsu trying to find an off angle, is able to follow up on the work that Enzo is doing. And Tanuki is just being an utter annoyance to Sixes. This is what you'd want to see out of OG. Just pure domination on this last 30 seconds, running Sixes to their spawn.
I mean, Tanuki is causing so many issues in that backline that it's drawing back the vanguards of Sixes just to try and protect their own strategists and protect their duelists to deal with it, mate. And that just means OG Esports can continue trumping on through with Ducey and Lakaji trying to see if they can push on up with the thing, but they've got a face of Enzo themselves. Grimstoter trying to see if they can get the flank on now. But again, it is this Jeff in the backline just preventing Jebaited from getting that healing on in, but they do manage to find Etsu. Look at the amount of time that they're waiting from the healing that will come from Jebaited.
Exactly, right? I mean, Jeff is just such a menace, and again, having that frozen spitball just makes him so much more menacing. The 1v1, it's Jeff, ends up coming out. We're going to see if he gets anything, but Eku doing a nice job actually sniping him out and making sure he doesn't find any value from that E.
That is huge for Sixes now. 2.78 meters on this point. Getting very close to being able to cap it. Goddess of Death has to be used here by Grimstoter, and they're going to rain that one down. It does mean they have to use the Fate of Both Worlds to protect against it, but they found Etsu anyway. Even though it's right on the edge here, Sixes have managed to cap that convoy. They can push it on back. Ken is getting distracted by the backline pressure coming in from Sixes here as well, and they have been backed up slightly.
And it feels like for OG, maybe just trying to wait out for Etsu's ult to get online. Oh, Meteor M does come out from Snays. We'll see if he tries to find any backline. Regeneration Domain comes out from Eku to make sure that everyone stays alive. But once again, the debate going on. Tanuki just trying to distract, does end up going down to Jebaited. But Etsu managed to find one in the meantime, does go down to Grimstoter again, who honestly seems like he's been having the better time in this Hela 1v1.
Alright, time to regroup now for the side of OG Esports. Sixes have managed to defend this. We're under 2 minutes for them. They definitely need to regroup. Come on back in as a 6 and see what you can do. They have 0 ultimates on the board. close to just 1 or 2 at the moment, so it's going to be down to this micro play from this team to see if they can get the advantage that they need. But we've got 2 ultimates on the side of Sixes. They just can't get onto this convoy and break through this line of vanguards just yet. They need extra bits of damage. Etsu down on the 70%, very close to being able to pop out the Kraken impact though. Enzo has got that access to that clobber in time. Tanuki's here as well with the East. Alexini diving on in here with the Meteor M, trying to see if they can take out Lunar Snow's fate of both worlds there. They are going to connect onto Etsu at least. Kraken impact ready to roll on down. There goes It's Jeff. Have they eaten enough? They're going to get KO'd here, and they do. Ken Lackey finds it, and the double as well. Sixes, absolutely massive defense here.
Yeah, great use, especially of the Meteor M. I mean, being able to catch Tanuki right when he was going to have that Kraken impact. Actually, it was Etsu who was going to have that Kraken impact online. But complete change around. Tanuki now going to be on the Winter Soldier. Try to stack that one back up again. You do have some ultimates to play with on the side of OG, but Sixes are able to match. They haven't overcommitted too many ults in any of these fights, and now those Haymakers going to do their best from preventing OG any entry.
Yeah, I think the possible slight misplay here is the fact that Tanuki waited so long to rotate onto a duelist. Like, as soon as they were getting caught out in that ultimate a couple of times, they maybe should have rotated a little bit earlier, but it doesn't matter. We've got 10 seconds left. It's going to go to overtime. Goddess of Death has been used, but it doesn't connect with anyone. They get taken down from it. Meteor ends are raining down from everywhere. XQ does end up getting taken down. Snaze finds the connection onto Kentucky, and Grimstorm goes down by Tanuki as well. Finally, with that rotation there, Lyric, OG Esports can push this one to the edge.
Yeah, finally waiting for some of those ults to come up, changing around the lineup, like you said, getting off the Jeff. It was great for that first point, but after that, wasn't able to find the same value. Now things like Kraken Impact being up, it feels like it's really going to be a difference maker. Hell, even Goddess of Death coming up for Etsu. No ults just yet on the opposite side. Debated very close, so should have that Fate of Both Worlds just in time in case Tanuki or Etsu look for anything too deadly.
Difficulty now is that OG Esports have to keep this momentum up. If they get stalled out even once, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to cap this in the overtime. Alexini here just trying to get that edge onto Etsu, waiting for them to dive on in. They've got the assistance and they do take them down. Not having that Vanguard is going to be a huge difference here. We dive on back on the thing, back to their team, but Enzo is in their face. Don't have covering time just yet, but they're building up very quickly. And finally, they have found the back line here on the side of the thing. Takes out Tanuki. Goddess of Death is used by Etsu. It's going to buy them a little bit of space at least, because we have to back into these rooms on the side of Sixes. And here comes Snaze. They do connect with Axie, takes them out. Grimstorm goes down as well. They're trying to find more. Clobbering time gets used, but now that Snaze is here, they have the advantage on the Vanguard front to the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, and we see Meteor M coming out now. Gonna find no value, honestly. Goes into Fate of Both Worlds. Tanuki comes in with the Kraken Impact, does get one, but sadly didn't give enough time for Eki to get the charge on his ultimate to copy Fate of Both Worlds. This is gonna be quite hard for Kraken Impact to find another. We're going into the overtime though. Psylocke, I don't know if you want to be here. Dance with the Butterfly comes out, finds a return onto 2, and this might be where Sixes can really halt the push.
They get taken down though on that Psylocke. Grimstorm here with the Goddess of Death. We are in overtime and they are managing to keep this pressure on. The convoy is moving. Fate of Both Worlds has been used and we're not too far off it on the side of Debated at that 70% mark. This is so close right now. Clobbering time is ready to go. They need that CC as Snaze gets very weak and they fall to Loki. There's the clobbering time. Grimstorm finds Etsu and I think this might be it. They've got the advantage. If they take down Loki, Ken does fall, and Kanati has managed to find the answer for Sixes. They're going to defend this. It's 2-0 to OG Esports.
I mean, great by Sixes to make sure that it didn't go all the way to 3. Still some good progress made by OG. I feel like the defining thing in that game was actually the fight right before this, where, you know, we'd like Meteor M coming out to answer the Fate of Both Worlds. And in all that chaos, Tanuki got picked out when his ultimate was up, and for Sixes, Eki's ult was still nowhere close to being charged. But because Winter Soldier goes down, he gets back right in time for Fate of Both Worlds to be up for Sixes, and you aren't able to snowball with that Kraken Impact like you had wanted. So just a little bit of great timing for Sixes and a little bit of unfortunate timing for OG.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. It felt like OG were on the back foot for a little bit of that. Just waiting for the right movement away from the Jeff onto the Winter Soldier by Tanuki. Let's see if they stick with that plan now that they are on the defense. It looks like they're going to, utilizing it for the speed, but also leaving Tanuki on it. It might work more from the defensive side, because you know where they're going to be, right?
Yeah, and again, I feel like we saw a lot of that value especially work out from that first point. So, you know, Jeff's great at flanks, being able to wrap around, knowing exactly the path they're going to take, a lot of building for you to work with in this first area. And maybe it's like, hey, we swap off of it if we don't find, you know, if they get pushed past the first point, if they can start finding value. You already know you could always change back to that Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good point. Let's see what OG Esports can do to continue this defense. We got 4 minutes on the board for Sixes right now. They've got a while to push it, but it's all about capping this objective first. We do have Enzo prepared with some haymakers in the face, and Tanuki doing exactly what we expected. They are a bit more aware of it now with Grimstota being there, but AQ wasn't, and they go straight down.
Yeah, the Frozen Snowball coming out and doing work. Now trying to chase down the Hela. Oh, is he going to find it? Does end up getting the 1v1 as Grimsdoder trying to make his way out. Doesn't manage to do so. And even Etsu, he's saying, hey, you don't get all the fun with the flanks, getting behind the opposing team. I'm going to look for it too. And now, again, still a lot of time to work with. We still expect Sixes to really just be able to play around, look for these ult charges. And maybe Anxi on the Psylocke is where you're hoping for a bit of a pick to come through.
I love the fact that they're so distracted by Tanuki there that they've been a little bit delayed coming back into this. They have to back on up. Look how weak Luna Snow got there. They dive on in on the thing, trying to bet some haymakers into the face, but it looks like, again, they're managing to distract these strategists on the side of Tanuki, and the healing isn't quite what they need. Etsu trying to get this off corner here, diving on in with the daggers. They are so weak right now, though. It looks like Grimstota was going to connect, but Etsu manages to get the reverse and takes them down anyway. Fate of both worlds is utilized here. This roof looks like it is going to fall on down, but Etsu still got the angle that they need, just waiting for that Fate of both worlds to disappear. Whilst the pressure is on, they connect with AQ and taking down the Luna Snow. Etsu, is cleaning on up. Anxi trying to put the pressure on, but they have to try and dive on out of there. They have the Goddess of Death here as well, Lyric, if they want to save themselves, but Grimstone goes down to Tanuki yet again.
Yeah, it's crazy that they didn't even need to use that Goddess of Death, and now putting all your focus on the Jeff does go down. OG now really being tested without Tanuki. Meteor M comes out from the side of Sixes. Aren't going to be able to confirm one, but it does get the thing low enough for EQ to finish off the kill. Goddess of Death now finally being popped by Etsu. Again, great patience by him to not waste it before. Now he's able to use it to try to deny Sixes any push onto the point.
They have been slightly backed up here. Tanuki, though, still being an absolute menace to this duelist in the background. The strategist, look at this, buddy. They've taken one. Very close to getting Luna there until they got frozen themselves. And OG now trying to put on the defense within this structure, but they've been backed off the point ever so slightly. It's not enough, though. Sixes, again, the pressure coming in from Enzo is too much, and they've been backed away.
And now we're down to just about 1 minute. Where did all the time go for Sixes to be able to get on the point? We need to remember that this now is the lower bracket. You lose this match here, you're out. We are only on our first map, but OG doing a great job at denying Sixes entry. Gonna try and use the Fate of both worlds to force their way on. They do get the regeneration domains out, but still not really getting too much damage down yet. OG do have some ults of their own to work with, and maybe honestly saving Tanuki's for if we get close to that overtime as Enzo takes out Grimsdoder, and they're gonna keep just trying to run Sixes down.
Ooh, Tanuki managing to get a swallow onto 3 of them there. Look where Tanuki's going. Yeet, off the map you go. Kentucky was able to protect themselves, but they do get the 2 KOs, and hey, that's going to be enough for them at the moment, as Anxi's getting very weak there as well. Looks like they're going to go down, but OG Esports, as we hit the final 15 seconds here, Etsu connects with a triple KO. OG Esports is going to be able to defend this.
Yeah, and look at how many ults they have online. Even if Sixes find their way back to the point with the Doctor Strange ultimate, there really isn't going to be all too much they could do. 3 seconds left. Let's see if they're able to get on in time. No, even with it, they still don't manage.
Okay, I mean, we've talked about this multiple times here, Lyric, but OG Esports are so comfortable defending an objective you know, those vanguards so on point, so hard for them to break through, and then you have those duelists that are just able to get in those flanks. And I say duelists, it was actually Tanuki and Jeff the Landshark that was causing so much mayhem for those strategists on the other side that they didn't get through with the healing that they needed to do.
This is by far my favorite pocket pick in Marvel Rivals Esports. And, you know, again, we see some other teams pull it out, but Tanuki pulling it out consistently, you love to see it. I like that he held on to his ultimate towards the end as well, because he had his ultimate for a lot of that round. But it seemed like waiting towards we're getting closer down on the timer, yeet everyone off the building, don't give them enough time to come in, and 13 final hits, Dono. That is crazy.
The fact that the majority of those 13 final hits as well are on Debated, are on Grimm's Dota. Do you know what I mean? And when they were playing the Hella, it's just so good from OG Esports. So comfortable being able to defend those points. But, you know, they have to keep it on up because the pressure that came their way was so good in that first round from Sixes.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, again, it actually looked like it was going to be a bit closer than I expected going up against Titan like OG, being able to prevent them from getting that third point. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. OG came out strong. We had Jeff the Landshark, and we both want you to see that, so let's get those highlights up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You power beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Lyric, joined by Spartan Tano, and right now we're in the middle of a fun one. We just had OG bringing out Jeff the Land Shark. Really exciting one, going up against Sixes, who lost to Virtus Pro earlier in the day. Again, started out a little bit back and forth, but ultimately OG delivered on what you expect. Excellence.
Yeah, I mean, here, though, we're going into Midtown Convoy, so there's no objective that they need to capture on the side of Sixes. That does seem to be where OG Esports have their advantage, and Sixes had such a fantastic push on that in the previous round, Lyric, so this is going to be such an interesting game, definitely a bit more comfortable for Sixes.
Yeah, definitely, and then, well, right, we saw a lot of fights come out close. We actually saw them winning the Battle of the Hellas early on into that last map. So like you said, as long as there isn't a point that they're going to get choked out of, it seems like they should be able to put up a really solid fight. And again, coming in with the expectation that you know you're facing a team that has consistently finished second in the region, hopefully means that the pressure on their shoulders isn't too much.
Yeah, rightly so. Sixes are going to take out the Groot, a good protect here on the Loki for OG Esports. They also protected the Hela again on the side of Sixes. I mean, they felt quite comfortable with that, with how well Grimstota was managing to drop the damage, but Etsu still pretty comfortable on it as well, to be fair.
Yeah, Etsu definitely happy to take that one. Again, wasn't having the best time early on, but it's something we know we've seen him absolutely thrive on in the past. Now where OG want to end here with their last ban, things like Luna already taken off the table. I'm curious, seems like maybe nothing, so not wanting to reveal too much in terms of ban, fine with everything that is on the board. And for Sixes, looks like going to similar to what we saw before, right? The Magneto, the Thing, Hela and Loki coming through with that synergy, but also going to be getting a no Psylocke. We're back into Winter Soldier all the time territory. We might not love to see it, but it makes a whole lot of sense.
It does. There's a reason Winter Soldier is picked so much. It is an incredible hero in this game. And it's really interesting that Anxi were going to take out the Psylocke, but the second they spotted Etsu was staying on that Winter Soldier, they was like, okay, I need this matchup. I'm going to rotate onto it as well.
Yeah, needing to match Kraken Impact with Kraken Impact. Does look like we're also going to have a Rocket come out, so it is going to be triple strategist for OG. We know, though, after seeing Tanuki with the pick earlier, though, is willing to go for some more aggressive Rocket plays. And with the fact that it's not exactly a mirror matchup, kind of does make it a little bit more interesting, right? OG going to have a lot of heals to play with. A lot's going to be upped, especially to Anxi in my mind, to try to snipe out the triple strategist from those off angles.
Yeah, it's going to be important to see whether they can get the picks as well onto Anxi. They've just rotated there onto the Black Widow. It's going to be interesting if they stay with it, but pressure straight out of the gate coming in from OG Esports, trying to put the pressure onto those Vanguards. Jabate is just going to continue healing from inside this spawn room. It's always so hard to hold up a huge defense here because it's right there is that spawn room.
Yeah, and I mean, just it seems like trying to get as much damage and as much healing as possible. They do end up swapping back to the Hela. Regeneration Domain going to do a lot to make sure that no damage is actually really coming through for Sixes onto OG. And OG feel happy just holding onto this room. Alex finding a nice one onto Grimm's Doter on the Winter Soldier. And so far, not too much made. For Sixes, I feel like you should just take advantage of the fact that you're right in front of the door, hit them, stack up those ultimates, and try and get this convoy moving.
Yeah, I think that's the route they're going to have to take here. Snays finding Anxi, though. Good KO for them, and the pressure for this defense is just huge. Clobbering time rains on through. Jabate does get hit by it, and they're pretty weak, but they do get the healing coming back from AQ, and here comes the Kraken impact from Grinsdona. They get weak, but they pop it off again. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, looking for more. They find the 4, and they don't need the Penta because they've done enough. Tanuki being on the rocket, that's enough for Sixes to clean that one through.
And this is why we were saying, right, it's a good thing that we are now on a convoy map, that you don't have to worry about trying to get these points. You can just, win the fight, push the convoy, get some progress going. Portal is going to come out for OG, trying to come out right on top. There it is, Kraken Impact coming out for Etsu. Does already find 2, Jabate and Anxi down. Finally, Invisible Boundary also going to come out from EQ's Loki, copying that right before Jabate had gone down. They do answer back onto Etsu, but now Meteor M, nice job chaining these ultimates together one after another, not wasting them all at the same time, but still, it is OG, looks like, coming out ahead with the fact that they were able to hold on to more of these ultimates.
It's so hard when you have that double boundary that you have to contend with. Etsu here, nearly getting caught out by Thing, but Tanuki's here to provide that healing. Trying to see if they can get a nice flank round, because of course, great damage coming in from Rocket, and they do manage to find Anxi. Grimmsdota connects with Enzo, though, and they're just going to continue to rain down damage here on the side of AQ, so they're going to get it around this corner. Etsu falls to, or AQ finds Etsu. Grimmsdota does manage to connect on Snays as well. Finally, Sixes get some movement going.
Yeah, Sixes with a really nice turnaround. Even more ults online as Anxi going to find the snipe onto Snooki. He has that Goddess of Death up, as well as the clobbering time from Ken Lakaj. Not really too much chance from OG, but it does look like Ken is going to use that God of Mischief to go for the copy. Does get the Invisible Boundary up in time, and now this should be enough for OG to force their way back onto the convoy.
Etsu getting very close as well to this Kraken impact. They've literally just got it as they connect with that damage raining down. Not too far from the clobbering time, and they do use that Kraken impact to connect on these clones, trying to see if they can get that KO. They do find it onto EQ. The Goddess of Death is used by Anxi, but they're just going to connect by taking out these clones, waiting for Hela to fall down, connecting with that KO, and they've got 2 for the price of 1. That is going to be enough for them to defend it, but Jabate puts up that boundary. Meteor M rains on down. Are they going to be able to connect with it? No, they don't, but they do dive down and take out Etsu with the backup anyway. Now they just need to take down Enzo, and they can finally get some pressure on this payload, but they're all here on the side of OG Esports. They're trying to put up the shields, but there's too much damage coming their way. Snays falls down, and Sixes looks like they're going to do enough to push this around this corner.
Absolute mayhem going on screen. Sixes, like you said, finishing off both, I guess, 2 of the 3 strategists that OG do bring online. So it looks like they should be able to get to this checkpoint, getting that first on the board. Now gonna start making their way to the second. My God, man, how you were able to follow all of that was insanity. Yeah, it wasn't even like one big fight going on. It was like 3 or 4 little fights going on in a massive area. And at the end of the day, right, Sixes able to come out on top, especially with the work that Jabate was able to get done, followed up by Alex.
Now we have Snaze prepared with the Meteor M. Kanlaki on the other side with that clobbering time. Just trying to build up some more ultimates here as we continue to rain down this damage. Snaze puts up the shield, but it's difficulty with that much damage raining back to them. They've got the support. There's the clobbering time, but Alex Lee finds Snaze. Boundary has to be used here. Tanuki trying to back up with this damage, but the runes are up from Loki, and that healing is going to be crazy. They are building up this Kraken impact, though, as Sixes have the advantage. They push back OG Esports here. Enzo in the face with their own thing against them. These Vanguards playing really up front right now, and they haven't been able to pick up the KO onto him. Enzo has to back on out of this.
Yeah, and we're going to actually see Kraken Impact come out from Grimm's Doter. Is going to be able to find Etsu initially, but now we have both invisible boundaries on the field. Etsu somehow ends up going down. Snaze ends up buying one. This Meteor M going to come down from Alex Lee. Isn't able to get one, and it is just a mess of invisible boundaries. We see Sixes putting everything they can to try to get to this next check of the point with Tanuki down as Ken does get the rune up in time to find the 1v1 onto 8C, and this might just be just enough for OG to push it over the line.
Yeah, getting so close to being able to do just that. Enzo dives on through to the back line here, puts up those haymakers. Kanlaki trying to do the same in return. Anx is the only one with an ultimate on the board for Sixes here. We do have Etsu with the exact same as well. Look at the pressure going on to Enzo. The fact that they're able to stay up despite all of this is so good about their strategist. In the face of Magneto. Still no connections with KOs just yet. It's just constant damage until finally Alex does manage to find the thing. Stays connecting as well. Tanuki in the face is going to be able to take down Alex and they do drop down the boundary for OG Esports to put up a good push here.
Oh, it's great pushback coming out from Alex and the Invisible Woman to make sure that they can follow up on that kill. Now going to try and jump around, take EQ down. We're into overtime, but it doesn't look like they should be able to get back quite fast enough. That's the point. I'm wrong. EQ's already here as the Loki, but it seems like you're setting yourself up for a bit of a suicide mission. Is anyone really going to be able to follow up? No, the answer is they just end up funneling in one at a time. Goddess of Death goes down, but they can't do much more. OG with a fantastic hold in the end. Once again, after Tanuki swaps off the strategist, and then moves over to a real duelist in the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so exciting, mate. I feel like Sixes have what they need to actually defeat OG Esports in some of these games, mate. We felt like OG Esports were so comfortable in that second seed spot, but I gotta say, Sixes is really pushing them to the wire here.
Yeah, and, again, another up-and-coming team, not too many big tournament performances, not too much known about them, but still had an upper bracket run, didn't have like the hardest of time in terms of their bracket, and not really facing any of the top MRI invited teams that we saw from the previous tournaments, but still putting up a really good fight against OG. We'll see if they can manage to hold them at bay better. Not really going to change anything up, it looks like, for the side of Sixes, with EQ actually going back to that Loki. But Tanuki going to get his hands on that signature Wolverine potentially.
Yeah, I spotted that and I was like, oh, this is gonna be tasty. OG Esports rotating things very slightly. They are aware of how well the Vanguards and Sixes are managing to prevent OG Esports from getting the pushes that they need. So, hey, responsibility on Tanuki to handle just that very thing.
Especially when you're going up against the Thing, but he still feels fine, still feels confident that he can find the impact he needs. Get onto that back line. EQ now doing a nice job of having these clones stacked up to try and deny any entrance into the doorway, but you can see OG already doing a great job of finding other avenues in. Tanuki playing with the terrain to try to find a sneaky angle to get a pick. Does end up getting someone. Playing it very patiently, and no. Oh, does end up getting a grab. I didn't manage to see onto who. Looks like they managed to get out in the end, but Etsu finds Angsty, so hello 1v1 on the side of OG, and it looks like this is going to be a bit of a brawl.
I don't know why they were fighting just in that room. Look how far OG is pushing this payload, because there's nobody to contest it. They've just been pushed all the way back here to the final section of the fight in this first bit. I mean, A bit bizarre, but anyway, OG Esports are going to try and push on up with these Vanguards, see if they can connect with these KOs. Enzo's getting pretty weak there with the damage raining on down. They have to utilize that team up with Invisible Woman. Snaze dives in as well. EQ is going to continue to rain down this support. They do have God of Mischief ready to go already for sixes, but good pressure here from OG Esports. They take down the thing, and they want to find more.
Yeah, but like you said, we do have the God of Mischief up, so that one's already going to come out. Gonna have an invisible boundary matched by Alex, so both EQ and Alex putting those out. 10 Kalak did go down in the meantime. We have so many ults going back and forth, but no kills. Grimsorter finally gets one to set up for the Kraken Impact, but that just leads to another invisible boundary coming through as Etsu trying to find kills with the God of Death. Finally, things are going the way of OG getting the first few picks. Invisible boundary going to come out to try to buy time for sixes, but doesn't seem like it's going to do too much. Unless clobbering time able to get one. Can they find more? Meteor M from Magneto, deciding on whose target's going to be, does end up picking off the Hela on the opposite side as the portal goes out, and sixes trying their best to contest this point.
Putting up a great effort, to be fair. They do utilize quite a few of their ultimates, but getting pretty weak. AQ in a good position to provide that healing. Enzo does fall down eventually. They're so close to being able to get this first section. AQ gets caught out there, and Invisible Woman putting up that block means that they don't go down. In return, Snaze and Tanuki get taken on out. Sixes have defended this point.
Yeah, every ult pretty much used in that exchange. Enzo did use an ult in that fight, but that fight went so long, he was able to stack up another one. Clobbering time now debated as well with that invisible boundary, so they should have the tools to try to stop the push from OG. We still haven't really seen a big pick come from Tanuki yet, and I feel like that's really what we need to see onto the Sixes Vanguard line.
Yeah, they're doing so much right now to prevent this push. You're absolutely right. Snaze here, though, on the back of it. They've managed to shut down the thing, but they don't pick up the KO just yet. Boundaries are paired up with each other as we try to prevent that happening. Last stand maybe here. That might be the pick they need. They're on defense Dota. They take down the Strays, and now they want to go for the thing, and they are putting down the damage. Tanuki gets pretty weak, though, has to dive away from the thing, but the pressure is on. They've got 100% on this rage. Last stand ready to go. They can dive on in. Etsu pops up that Goddess of Death, and it does finally give the answer that OG Esports needed to get this first section capped.
And right when they needed it too, they had less than 30 seconds on the clock. Luckily that time being put back on, and now Etsu just going to be able to run them down with those basic attacks. Snaze finds Debated. He's going to go down too. And now moving forward so aggressively. I mean, hell, they don't have, you know, much distance that they need to cover with this convoy.
No, that they don't. Keep up the momentum. Try and roll through them as quick as you can. You're absolutely right. You've got 2 minutes 30. Probably looking at 2, maybe 3 team fights. But of course, you have to get back to this payload as soon as you spawn. Not too far from the spawn room. It looks like Enzo's already going to show their face. Put some pressure onto Sixes here and block that damage raining back to them, but it is building up this ultimate from the side of EQ, and there we go. Snaze does find Grim's Dota, no longer able to utilize the Kraken Impact once that gets ready to go. Alex and he try to put up the Meteor M, but Tanuki flies up to the sky and takes them down.
I love that Tanuki doesn't even care about jumping right into the Meteor M as Etsu gonna find one on EQ. They are so close. And for Sixes, they're finding such a hard time to push their way through as Tanuki just being the wall that they need, knowing they have the strategist behind them. Catches AC trying to go for the save, and OG do it. They get a second win on the board.
That was so fantastic from Tanuki. They played that set so great. And the Wolverine swap was actually a good shout. As soon as they finally managed to find those picks they needed there, we were worried, Lyric. It didn't feel like they were managing to do so as we got halfway through that round, but then out of nowhere, they do connect with a couple of great picks on those Vanguards, and it's the difference that OG Esports needed. Let's have a look at these stats here, mate, because that was an electric game.
Yeah, you can see Tanuki, 9 final hits again. You don't expect him to lay out as much damage as Etsu when he's playing the Hela, but Etsu, again, a little bit shaky earlier on too, but found his footing. But it really felt like a lot of, especially the strategist play, in my mind, coming out from OG was great. But that's what you expect from Alex and Ken. You really never hear anyone who can say anything bad about these two strategists, one of the backbones of OG.
Yeah, always have been. Yeah, they're great, absolutely great. On each area, to be honest, mate. But OG Esports, they did feel the pressure there coming in on the opposite side, mate. And this is why this is such an interesting set. They're managing to find the wins, though. Of course, they're now on match point yet again. They just need to get that final push, and they can progress on through into that that opposite side after that win. But they are getting pushed to that wire.
Yeah, they really are. Again, the matches are coming close. You're seeing them outplayed in certain duels. You're seeing the opposition on sixes step up in some areas. But still, at least they managed to close it out. Though, we could say that about our last series, which started 2-0 up, did end up going the distance. I guess it wasn't a reverse sweep. So, you know, if OG is following that logic, they still have a lot to feel comfortable about. But this is the lower bracket. This is your only chance. You really can't afford a loss here. But let's take a look at those replays of how OG just took down sixes.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Neo! White Queen mind control.
Ooh-wee! OG Esports putting in a shift here, Lyric. They are currently on match point, but don't forget, they were previously, and then they lost those 2 games, finally managing to get that third, though. Is that going to happen again?
You know, I feel like with OG, we should be able to have a little bit more confidence. But at the same time, Sixes have kept it close. You know, they've kept it competitive, especially in a lot of fights. We've seen that they have players that are proficient in being able to find those kills. But still, when you're going up against OG, it is just such a different beast.
It is. They felt so comfortable in that second sort of seed position, and they've just been doing their best to catch up to Virtus Pro. But I gotta say, this season we've seen so much improvement from so many different teams, even new teams that have come in. I mean, All Business have been so impressive. Sixes have been impressive. They've come on in as newer teams and put it to the wire on these really big teams as well. I mean, 0%, they got that 3rd place in season 0. OG Esports Young kind of got that 2nd place. So, you know, they're getting challenged by these new teams, and it just shows how well this region is starting to develop.
Yeah, and I think especially for Sixes, they can be proud because, you know, I don't know if they were trying to do this, but they've matched their name, right? I mean, they've made it top 6. So, like, you know, making it to that upper echelon of EU. We are going to get into our 3rd map, though, Barin T'Challa, a domination map. You know, a series of maps that OG especially really excel on when you have someone like Tanuki who loves to play those backline divers. Enzo as well, you know, we know has the Venom, hasn't gotten to really play much of it today. We'll see if that ends up being different here.
Yeah, so they're definitely on the back foot on the side of Sixes. We know how comfortable OG Esports are on domination, so they do protect the Venom here just to make sure that Enzo has access to it. That's quite an interesting play.
Yeah, and I love it, right? When you're going on domination, like we just said, when you potentially want to try and have a core of divers, potentially Enzo plus Tanuki, it's what you want to see. We're going to see a Winter Soldier protection come out from Sixes. I mean, it's something we expect both sides to play. We saw it from both sides in our last match, and it's something that OG are also completely comfortable matching.
Well, they're going to go with bans here, though. Do they take out the Rocket? Luna's going to be taken out by Sixes. I was just wondering if OG are going to try and ban out the team up of the Winter Soldier, or maybe they want to keep it themselves.
It's also curious, too, when Sixes are the ones banning the Luna. Ooh. When OG have already protected their Venom, are saying, hey, we feel completely fine going for this. Also banning the Thing, which could signal that Wolverine, which is just instantly locked in by Tanuki. So, hey, you know, if OG fans want any confidence in finishing out this 3rd map, you got Tanuki on Wolverine and you got Enzo on Venom. It can't look much better than that.
Yeah, even with Etsu on Hella Sneeze, it looks like they're going to take, again, the Magneto. Alex still gets their Invisible Woman again on the Loki. I mean, hey, Sixes, they've obviously got some comfortable picks as well, but they have been able to take away the thing from Kanlakaj, so it's not going to be as comfortable as they've previously found it. And again, it's all about this matchup. Is it Etsu or Grimsdota that win on the Hela matchup?
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to see. It feels like Tanuki, though, is going to get a lot of free reign in this matchup against the opposing picks. I mean, you're really, I guess, just hoping for Jebaited to be able to keep him off with that push and then hope you guys can focus him down fast enough. For OG, though, I would expect him to change back to the Wolverine. If he does stay on Punisher, will be fun. But you kind of pointed out, it feels like across the board, OG have their comfort picks. You know, the picks that they like to lean on.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like they're going to rotate back onto that Etsu, going back to the Hela rather than the Iron Man. Let's see what goes on. This first moment, both these teams spot each other, raining down the damage instantly. A great pick there onto Magneto, luring them in, but they don't get the KO.
Yeah, Bionic Hook was huge, but still the fact they aren't able to finish it off is punishing. Grim is going to take a lot of damage just from that, and both teams going to try and find their way onto the point. Nice leap coming out from Tanuki, and Collage barely manages to stay alive and get in that regeneration domain, and both teams are throwing everything they have at this point.
Jebaited just yeeted Enzo off the map with that power, and now they don't have their main Vanguard here to back them up, getting that hook on in, and it looks like Sixes are finding some good KOs here onto OG Esports. They take out 3, back them all the way up to their choke point.
And that's what we're saying about Sixes. You have to respect these players, all incredibly proficient, getting the first cap on the point, getting it up to 20%, and now a very punishing choke for OG to try to funnel their way into.
Good position in here from Eku, keeping that high ground, trying to rain down that healing. I like the fact that the strategists are just trying to stay out of the way. The push though from Alex, nearly getting them off the edge yet again. Need to continue to be wary of that on the side of Sixes, but guess what? OG Esports are now on the point where they like to comfortably be. Both these Vanguards in the face. Tanuki just waiting for their own Vanguards to dive on in, and they do manage to pick up the damage onto Alex in there, but the runes are used here on the side of Aku. That's going to be enough to keep Sixes in this fight. Kraken Impact rains on down already. Again and again comes on through from both. They connect on the side of Snaze though, taking down Lavender. Aya Agamotto diving into the background, but they have got the shield up to stop that raining through. Etsu has used Goddess of Death. Ken has also utilized the God of Mischief, I believe, for the boundary, and that is going to be OG Esports finding the KOs that they need here, Lyric.
Yeah, doing a great job. Still going to try and salvage it with the Meteor M. Metallic Bulwark goes out onto Tanuki, who really just wants to run the Magneto down himself. But ultimately, they actually haven't been able to cap the point just yet. Sixes have done a great job at staying on. It does mean they're kind of dying one by one, right? Staggering their deaths. So point is going to be able to be captured by OG in the end, but my God. What a chaotic fight. Great use of the Metallic Bulwarks coming out from Enzo. It was a really good swap onto that Magneto from the Venom.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like now they're in a position where Sixes, they've got 83%. They just need to get 2 good team fights out of it, at least, to be able to cap that. But this is where OG Esports likes to be. They've got the point. They just need to defend it now. Etsu getting caught out by Alexini, though. That is absolutely huge for Sixes. They dive on down again with the Jebaited push, trying to push them off. The Eye of Agamotto from Snaze picks up a couple, but there they go. Kalaki was there to take them down. Lavender trying to connect with the KOs. They do pick up Tanuki and takes them down. Sixes with a great pushback here.
Yeah, I mean, Kalaki especially, like, that would have been such a devastating Agamotto from Snaze. But off the back of that, they're able to finish off the rest of OG. You said it only take 2 good fights for them to be able to cap this point. One, I mean, shouldn't be enough. They do have Portal available, but now it's about can they hard force their way through.
Oh, Tanuki's ready. They've got the Rage, they've got the Last Stand, trying to see if they can pick up the Vanguards, but Loki causing so much chaos up on this top side. Enzo has to show some attention to it. Grimsdota on the opposite, and guess what? They get pushed out of here because of Jebaited yet again. Not off the map, though. Kanlaki managing to connect with a double KO onto Enzo, and they also find Alex to boot. So Sixes are going to take this first sub-map.
Yeah, great job on that first point of Barin T'Challa. I mean, Warrior Falls. You got to be careful where you stand, as Jebaited showed us. Only was able to find one kill off the map, but still really doing a great job of constantly putting that pressure on. And this is why we were saying, hey, OG, they really can't take their foot off the gas. They have to respect this Sixes team. And heading into this second round, look, they still have 3 ultimates online. Alexini close to getting their Meteor M2. OG have a couple that are close to coming online, but only that final stand for Tanuki.
And I mean, OG are not used to being on the back foot like this in a domination game mode. Like they usually comfortably get the cap. I mean, they may lose it throughout the points, but they get a good team fight to be able to win the rounds. They're not used to losing a sub-map on domination, so they know they're on the back foot here. They're going to have to get some smart play to get themselves back onto it. Ken is going to go into the Jeff probably to give them that speed boost and get onto that point quick time.
Yeah, we do have a portal coming out from Sixes. And actually, funnily enough, OG actually changed to the Rocket, not going back to the Loki. Have that BRB to try to get those reses online and make it so your fights are always in your favor. As Tanuki trying to find a sneaky flank to get behind Sixes.
Oh, they managed to pick up the strategist. They take down Eku. Galake's been taken down by S2 as well. Jebaited falls. The strategists are out of the fight for Sixes. There's only 2 left, but they do have the Kraken impact. X2 putting up the fight, takes them down. And guess what? We're going to take Alexini to boot. OG Esports did manage to KO everyone from Sixes there.
Which is crazy when you think about once we were coming out of our team's boundaries at Sixes, we're way ahead on the ult economy. OG stall enough time, find a fantastic flank, and make everything possible. Capping that point, and especially for this map, really hard to make it through this entryway. Sixes. Jebaited does find a really nice push onto Etsu to confirm one, but Enzo's waiting in the wings.
That they are. They dive on down. They've connected with quite a few around them here. Drop a huge amount of damage, but then they have to fly on out. Lavender takes out Tanuki. No longer having the Vanguard Slayer on the field means that they have to back on up. The boundary is used, but not in time for Enzo to survive. And the pressure is on with the Goddess of Death used by Grimsdota. And it looks like OG Esports are going to back off this point here.
Yeah, luckily they should, I was going to say, should only have to wait for Enzo because Alex did get rezzed by the BRB, but for some reason, OG funneling in a bit disorderly. Look like they're in a bit of disarray. Not something you're used to seeing OG Esports look like, and it's going to give Sixes a lot of room to walk forward. Oh my god. Grimsdota does end up going down. Etsu finds the pick. The infinite ammo is allowing him to unload onto Sixes.
Oh, it's so difficult for Sixes to handle, but they're putting up a good defense here. There's the Meteor M, just prepared for that to rain down. And guess what? Lavender's prepared with a Kraken impact. They take one, they're going to look for more. They've backed up the strategists around this corner. Snaze has to come back and provide that assistance. And it is going to be the assistance that's needed because they nearly took them down, buddy. Backed up here on the side of OG Esports. They do have the amplifier and the power from Venom to do the damage, but again, Sixes are on this point. They need to regroup here on the side of OG.
Yeah, I think that is the key point, right? Regroup. We've seen them look so disorganized, so in disarray, to where Six is doing a nice job of keeping a formation. Still having some ults online, like we can see the Meteor M there for Alexini. EQ also having that God of Mischief. Does use that to copy the Invisible Woman and get that invisible boundary down, but OG, they're waiting for their time to strike. Kraken Impact, Last Stand, and Invisible Boundary up for themselves.
Oh, they do try to dive on through here. Tanuki uses that Last Stand. The ruins are put up from the Loki, though, and they can't find any KOs with it. So well timed there from Eku, but Etsu is on the point. They do have this infinite ammo and damage raining down, but can they connect with a KO? Jebaited gets their heals. They have been able to rotate this objective, though, back onto the side of OG Esports, and Enzo with a cheeky pick onto Grimsdota.
Yeah, and we're going to see Invisible Boundary come out to try to prevent the Kraken Impact from the side of Sixes from finding any value. It doesn't. Great lead coming out from Tanuki to guarantee one. Both Vanguards, actually, more than the Vanguards, being taken down for Sixes. OG, they managed to find their way back onto the point, and now at 75%, this is where it really comes down to the wire. They're doing their best to prevent them from coming in, but as you see, Sixes getting that portal through to try to find an avenue back to the point.
Yeah, it's the only way they could do it, to be fair. And they do manage to get on in, but Tanuki finds Debated instantly. Continues to rain down the damage with this rage meter up. There's the Goddess of Death, and we're going to see Meteor M utilized as well. And Enzo is just going to break down Hela, take Grimsdota back to the spawn room, continues to connect with more KOs. These Vanguards are cleaning up sixes right now. It's just Debated and Eku left. Can they do enough? I don't think so. OG Esports is going to take this second submap.
Once again, like Sixes are able to put up a great fight, but OG were able to come back into it. I will say, though, this one was a bit scarier from an OG perspective, just right in the middle of that round, right? A couple members die, a couple members look staggered, some are running to the point like Alex, some are trying to run away from the point, and it really gave Sixes a lot of breathing room. But that's kind of scary in itself, Tano. If OG can make those mistakes and still come out ahead, that's a scary thing.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It did feel like Sixes had managed to get into their head very slightly. As we mentioned, OG Esports, they're not used to being on the back foot in domination, and I think we saw that a little bit there. But as you mentioned, despite that, they've managed to finally recollect their thoughts, group back up, and push through to get the win on that submap. So OG Esports, they're a dangerous team, but it seems like even more dangerous when they are on the wire.
3, 2.
Yeah, both teams now having 2 ults up a piece. Tanuki is so close, so we might as well count his up as well. Maybe some with Ken Lakai. The Eye of Agamotto should be up in time for a fight to start. I mean, whenever you're looking at a fight of ults, and one side has Kraken Impact and one side doesn't, I'm always going to favor the side that has the Kraken Impact.
Yeah, it's just absolutely true, isn't it? And Tanuki here trying to see if they can get around with this flank. They've got Last Stand ready to go, and they do manage to pick up Grimsdota there. They don't get the KO onto them, though, pushing them through. They have their own shield, able to utilize, dives into the background, don't utilize Last Stand to take down 2. Debated, and Lavender are taken down, and Tanuki's looking for more here. That is going to pivot this onto the side of OG Esports, but Alexini is on the point, and it looks like they are able to take down Snake. So despite that, it's actually Sixes that comes out on top.
That is ridiculous. Eye of Agamotto, okay, they're going to try to come out, but doesn't. How as Wolverine, you get 2-man knockup, find 2 kills onto one of them onto a strategist, and still end up losing the fight. Even good ult economy still there for the side of Sixes. About to get our Meteor M up as well for Alexini to try to counter out that invisible boundary from Alex. We do have a Psylocke now, though, for Grimsdota, so maybe going to be able to give them a little bit more leeway in terms of finding those strategists.
Yeah, I much prefer it on this map rather than the Hela. Kraken's just in a sticky situation here. Venom rolls on down with that Feast of Abyss, but they're just going to continue to rain the damage on Outboundary, nearly breaking the shield as well on the side of Kabaki, but they get the pressure rained down. Tanuki falls to Lavender, and both of these boundaries are put up yet again. It does feel like Sixes have the defense here, though. OG Esports just can't break through these Vanguards.
No, they're scrambling. They're not finding any access to the backline despite having the Venom. They keep trying their best, but they're getting protected. Zetsu going to try to take down Alexini. Isn't going to be able to before the Meteor M comes out. Doesn't find any value. Eku, though, having to get the hell out of dodge before he ends up going down, and we have once again gone into full mayhem with Eye of Agamotto coming out from Ken Lakai, leading to 2 kills for Sixes. And so, buying a bit of time, doesn't manage to get away from Grimsdota. And my God, Sixes have just dominated this point so far.
They have. This is not the OG's team that we're used to seeing, to be honest. Sixes are so comfortable right now. We're going to see the portal used by Ken just to get themselves onto that point ASAP. Prepared to put the pressure on. We're at 85% right now for Sixes. It's all or nothing for OG Esports here.
Yeah, trying to break through this double shield Vanguard line is going to be hard. You can see Snake trying to get some access to the strategist, isn't going to be able to find it. Tanuki doing his best to pull one towards his team, but it isn't enough. We're now into overtime, and this is where OG needs to put their foot on the gas.
Oh, Tanuki trying to put the pressure onto Alexini, but the boundary is put up, so they won't be able to do enough. Lavender looking for the pick. They find Snaze. That's a KO. They've got the Kraken Impact ready to go, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Sixes on the advantage here. OG Esports getting pushed around. Enzo trying to connect with these KOs, but they just don't have enough damage to spread across Sixes here. Tanuki in the face of it, utilizes the Last Stand. That's going to be enough to say goodbye to both of the guards. Esports Tanuki connect. Can they find the triple? Yes, they do. They take out the Winter Soldier. Tanuki may have just been able to flip this around for OG Esports.
Right in time, too. What a great final stand to be able to get both Vanguards, the ones that were giving them so much trouble and being able to get on those points. But you have a lot of ground to make up as OG. 99% of the way there for Sixes, just starting out from 0 for OG. God of Mischief online. Actually looks like might have already been popped. Grimm's Doter as well, having the Dance of the Butterfly.
Opportunity here for Sixes. They just need to get in with a great team fight. Nearly picking up Tanuki. The Ruins has to be used and goes for the dive. We have Aya Agamotto ready to go as well. They just need to get one cap onto this objective. Throw it into that overtime. Aya Agamotto is blocked there. They do connect with two. Enzo, though, manages to dive into the background. Takes out Eku. Jabate has been taken by Snaze as well. And Enzo connects again for the double KO. Etsu doing the same. Double, triple KO. OG Esports, great defense. Now it's going to come down to this second team fight.
And I believe it was Tanuki jumping and taking away Ken Lakai right as the Eye of Agamotto came out. So I believe it still did connect onto one of the strategists, but there was really no damage available now to follow it up on it now that the Doctor Strange himself wasn't part of the fight. So nice by Tanuki to make that happen. And then Enzo and Etsu just finishing things off. And I mean, this might get contested. This might get all the way to 99% for OG as well.
I think so. We've got the ultimates really ready to go on the side of OG Esports. Very close having Tanuki yet again. We do dive in there as the Venom connecting onto Jabated. Ruins have to be used to keep the team around. So they know that that's going to be on cooldown. Alexini backed out here. They do have the Meteor M. Going to wait for one of the strategists also to come in. And there we go. Beast of Abyss does a huge amount of damage. They dive back onto the point. We don't have any KOs raining through just yet, but Tanuki is ready. And they do utilize Alex there. They've got the boundary that they can use. Last stand rains down. Tanuki finds Debated. They want more, though. They're not happy with that. They have to dive on out. They land onto an Alexini, but they do have the strategist here healing them up. Tanuki's not going to connect until they dive back in and finally take down Alexini. They've been able to keep their team on this point, and it looks like they've done enough to win it. OG Esports, it was down to 99% Lyric, and finally they get the team fight of their lives.
It feels so crazy that this ends up being a 3-0 after what felt like it should have been Sixes' map. Like, great step up by them in that last map. This was the lower bracket, so that will be it for Sixes. But still, they gave a great fight to OG. And I mean, OG, again, whether it's from a point of dominance or even from this point, right, where you are kind of taken down a notch, where things look chaotic, where it's not going your way, the fact that they can win from either vantage point is massive.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, shout out to Tanuki. They would not have been able to win that game without that final hit that they managed to get to flip that objective over to themselves. That was pivotal on OG Esports being able to stay in that fight. And the fact that you can rely on your teammates to do stuff like that, again, we've talked about it previously, Lyric, the moments of excellence that you see from some of your players, that was definitely one for Tanuki.
Exactly, right? And that's where a lot of things don't always show in the stats, right? Just the clutch play that comes through, the hero play that's there, because even there, right, damage not off the board as you wouldn't expect from a Wolverine. Even Invisible Woman Alex was quite close at matching it, but he kept finding the pivotal plays to be able to make sure that OG stayed in that game.
I mean, Alex well deserves the MVP as well. I feel like, I mean, they're so comfortable in their roles over on the side of OG Esports. They play together so well. The synergy has been there since day one for this team, but Alex was popping off as Invisible Woman there. Great pushes on that first sub-map, just getting those KOs, and of course the healing and KOs themselves. They had quite a few final hits, so okay, OG Esports, they're going to defeat them there. I mean, that was quite surprising. I felt like Sixes could have at least been able to win that point. We mentioned close, like, 3-0 victories. That was the closest I have seen OG Esports be able to win. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was. And good thing for OG now. They get to go on to face the winners of Luminosity and the Royal Beamers. Again, another match that can be rough. Another match that I'd say OG probably goes in as favorites to. But after this match, as either of those teams, you're looking at, hey, OG are a little bit vulnerable. We could definitely find a win here today.
Yeah, it's definitely got me thinking that, you know, they're not as solidified in that position as I originally thought that they were, and Luminosity managed to beat 0%, so they're coming off quite a good victory themselves anyway. That is going to be quite an interesting matchup. We're just waiting for these highlights to be ready for you to watch, chat, while we try and get a bit of an update on what's going to be going on with the rest of these games. As we said, OG Esports are going to go up against Luminosity, I believe, if they do manage to beat Royal Beamers into round 14, but we're going to get these games prepared for you. I believe we've got some highlights ready to watch, so enjoy those.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the unravels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Lyric, joined by Spartan Tano. We just had the exciting match, OG taking down Sixes to further their life in the tournament. Sadly, Sixes are eliminated on that. And you know, we are getting close. We're getting close to our top 4. We actually only have one match left to see who gets there. Luminosity against the Royal Beamers. Royal Beamers, of course, put up a really tough fight up against All Business earlier in the day. Luminosity, again, another team that people didn't really expect in the lower bracket. Now that they found their way there, though, have been making quite a good run.
Yeah, no matter what esports it is, Luminosity always put together a great roster. They're always a great team to come up against. So Royal Beamers have been impressive though, mate. There's no way around it. I've been impressed by this team, so I'm so excited for this matchup. As you said, we've broken this down from 256 factions to the top 4 after this set. We're going to dive on in here into the round. Looks like Venom is going to get taken out by Royal Beamers instantly.
Yeah, not wanting to deal with that one coming out from Trust Me. I'm curious to see how we go, especially with the Hela, because Pokedemon, of course, was a monster on it earlier. It ended up getting banned away from him. But that's the pick everyone really knows Destroyed for, and Destroyed really being one of the players to watch on the side of LG as they save that Loki for level 1 Crook.
Are we going to see another Hela like mirror that is going to be the highlight of these games? But it would not surprise me. Pokey put in such a good shift, but as you mentioned, Destroyed is huge. Royal Beamers are going to protect the Rocket Raccoon here. That is so surprising. You never see a Rocket Raccoon protect, but maybe they want to pair that up with that combo for the ammunition. But maybe like, why wouldn't you protect the Winter Soldier or something like that you'd expect to be banned?
Maybe even just like leaving yourself an avenue to also team up with Punisher, especially now as it looks like they're both expecting something like Groot to go through, right? Give you more damage to be able to kill those walls. And that's something that Polly's especially going to be happy with. We saw in our last best of, Polly got denied the Groot every single time. You'd expect it to come through as there it is. The Hela mirror matchup. No. You know what? I still expect us to get it at some point. It's Destroyed. It's Pokedemon Meow. Those are names we know for the Hela.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm expecting it. Naga looks like they're going to go for the matchup with Psycho on the Winter Soldier. King Beam is going to provide the assistance with that team up. Alrighty, this is our lock-in here. Let's see what Luminosity can do on this first push. It's going to be Royal Beamers on the other side as well with that matchup with Psycho and Pokey.
Yeah, and it looks like Destroyed potentially will just stay on the Wolverine. Makes sense when you know, again, Groot's left open, you know you're playing against Polly, so you should be able to find some value. Another interesting thing just about LG in general is that we used to see level 1 Crook loving the Mantis, always going on the Mantis, even when, you know, a Loki or an Invisible Woman or a Luna would have been better. But as of late, he really has been back to leaning heavily on that Loki pick, which, in my mind, if you don't play Loki, you should ban Loki. So I'm glad to see that LG have picked it up.
I completely agree with you. Now we're going to push on through here into this mission area. Luminosity trying to dash onto this top side. Looks like Royal Beamers are going to do the same. We're going to have a team fight from the get-go here as King Beam continues to rain down the healing already. Psycho trying to see if they can get a catch here with the hook. Trust me, just diving straight on in. Walls them off. Destroyed has done what Destroyed does and picks up that Groot. You called it, buddy.
Yep, I mean, hey, you're going to leave it open for a reason when Polly always defaults back to it. Sadly, they weren't able to finish it off, but not sad anymore, as Rajaro does end up finishing it off. They do have the BRB, so Polly does end up coming back right away to join the fray, but it looks like Luminosity is going to be able to cap this point. Maybe not. Royal Beamers trying to contest now. Really back and forth so far, Tano.
Oh, Naga with a sneaky pick onto Psycho there, and now they want more. Trying to see if they can take down Polly. Rajaro finds the second KO onto Polly, takes down Lanix, and yet Luminosity are going to be able to finally cap it.
Yeah, it was really... Actually, it wasn't too back and forth in terms of the point. Royal Beamers did get there in the nick of time to try to save it, but it did end up giving them bad positions for it. We see them trying to find their way through, but LG going to be pretty comfortable with just controlling this choke point. Luckily, on this point of the map is... Oh, I was going to say, Ryan, you want to be careful about what clones you end up switching to. Luckily, there are quite a few entryways to try to find your way through onto this map. So we'll see, but their composition doesn't really open up for a lot of flanks or off angles.
No, it doesn't. We do have Strangling Prison here from Trust Me if they want to utilize that on the fight. But, a sneaky point onto the cap here for Royal Beamers. Cheeky from Pokey. It's pulled them down here on the side of Luminosity. Pokey just runs on back. But what's that done is opened up the space for Royal Beamers to run on through now.
Yeah, they're going to try and make their way in, getting some decent damage down. But the Groot Walls from Trust Me have been great. Speaking of, again, 4 ults up. Pretty much ults coming up across the board for both sides. Only the C is from Rocket not going to be there. As there we go, trying to set up the combo of Groot plus Winter Soldier. Actually, we have both combos coming off at once. We see Naga really popping off. Gets a couple in a row. Another again off of a Loki clone. Isn't going to be able to follow it up because the rest of Royal Beamers just back off. Both Pauline, Trust Me, throwing out that prison. Really could have gone either way, but it was Naga the one to capitalize.
It's done enough for them to get 80% here. It doesn't look like Royal Beamers can even get onto the point to contest it so far. Trust Me, prepared to wall this corner on up. We do see the ult coming out from Rhyme. They're going to be able to copy that, but Naga does fall. In response to Psycho getting taken down. Pokey finds the connection. LG Fate, though, is bringing back Naga, and the pressure is on here. Luminosity on the overtime again. Pokey manages to get onto the point to trigger that overtime. Got it, the death rains down, and there we go. Crook gets defeated. Psycho connecting with the double KO. They just need one more. There's the triple. Oh my god, Kraken Impact is cooking.
Right in the nick of time, too. It comes up. He's been holding on to it for a little bit of the fight. But Huge was early on. Psycho actually went down way earlier, but the BRB was able to bring him back online. That really was the difference maker there. Still, you're going to have some ults to play with from Luminosity, but Royal Beamers have just as many of their own to match. It feels like a lot's going to be in the hands of Psycho here.
I gotta say, buddy, if I got a penny every time we got to 99% and then the objective got capped the other way, I would be a very rich man. Kim Beam here diving on down with the damage raining in, and we do see the dive in from Sestroid here, but it's not enough because Polly takes them out anyway. The amplifier is down, they have that damage boost. The pressure from Royal Beamers is on. Luminosity hasn't been able to cap that yet. Trust Me, it's just trying to find the off angle here. They do take out Pokey, but they have been backed up back to this spawn area as they just come on out on the top side.
What a great use of the wall, too, to just run down Pokey Demon. Still waiting for their team to group up to be able to go in. They do have level 1 Crook and Destroy's ults online. Polly does have that Strangling Prison to try to hold them off just in case. Nothing really to combo with it so far. As Trust Me, he's going to try and brute force his way in. Amplifier goes down. There's some nice damage coming out from Naga, whose Kraken Impact just came online. Tries to go for one, doesn't find it, does get it. Lannex goes down. Polly also taken down, but she's twice destroyed at the same time. And it looks like this is where Luminosity can just do it, easily forcing Royal Beamers off the point.
Fair play. I mean, Royal Beamers managed to get back onto that point, but only got the 70% cap. Just waiting for that synergy on those ultimates on the side of Luminosity. They're going to take Throne Room. We're going to move over to Bifrost Garden. Will we have any shakeups on what they want to run into this with? Sestroid looks like they're going to stay on the Wolverine.
Yeah, and I think it was a good call, right? Even though we didn't see it turn into a whole bunch of kills, we saw many times where it was catching Polly or Lannex out of position, forcing things like the regeneration domain to come out. So I think it's a good call now, even forcing Pokedemon to swap over to the Wolverine himself.
I love that. They recognize, the matchup, and it's like, we need to be doing this, especially with how well they're grabbing those Vanguards. Polly has not been having an easy day. The pressure from Sestroid, backed up by Rajaro, took them down so quickly in those fights.
Speaking of those two exactly, Sestroid already having his ult up. Rajaro's about to be up with that Meteor M, so gonna have a bit more tools to play with. I also want to keep my eyes on Naga. I feel like the way he especially utilizes the passive from Bucky to get that extra HP whenever using your abilities, there are so many times he survived on a sliver and then been able to come back so strong. You can see them now trying to force their way on the point. It's going to be about a Pokedemon can find any value with this Wolverine.
Oh, there we go. Berserker Rage rains on down from Zestroid. There's the strangling prison. Naga connects those, takes down one. So does Crispy with a double KO. Zestroid taking down Lanix. And Luminosity come out on top of that first team fight.
Yeah, great stuff from them. Once again, that combo, the Groot plus the Winter Soldier. They don't need a team up in the game because they got the team up that matters. Group everyone together for Kraken and Impact to rain down. Still, though, you do have both strategist ultimates there for Royal Beamers to try to force their way through, but the onslaught from LG is still being pummeled onto Royal Beamers.
Building up their own ultimates on that side. King Beam just can't move without that damage raining through to them. Naga's just raining it down. Pokey's in here. They have been able to find it onto Trust Me. They don't get the KO onto them, but they do on Zestroid. Now they're backed up. At least they've got that Wolverine out of the fight now.
Yeah, I mean, Kidnap was huge. We also have the Sia coming out for that damage application. King Beam going to put off some good healing in the background. It looks like Pokey Demon trying to find his way onto the Vanguard. Sees his ult up a Polly. Able to finish off Zestroid himself. The BRB brings back the Loki, so healing will not stall. Strangling Prison comes online. Might not even need it with how thoroughly Royal Beamers are just beating down Luminosity.
Okay, finally, advantage Royal Beamers. They flipped that point, 54% on the side of Luminosity. We do have a couple of ultimates ready to go. Not far off for Zestroid and Rajaro as well, so this next team fight is going to be a very interesting one.
Yeah, and to think all of that was only off the back of a Meteorette, right? I guess King Beam did use his ultimate a little bit earlier, but everyone else is still up. Pokey Demon finds the takeaway onto the Magneto. Does end up getting it in rhyme. Manages to finish off Destroyed as well. Sure, you do get a bit of a quick res, but Royal Beamers are really making a comeback here.
I mean, you're gonna, every day of the week, you'll take 2 KOs out of that one ultimate, and now they do have that good defense that they can throw up. The walls just saving the life of Psychos there. King Beam trying to put that damage in over the roof. Meteor M rains on down, but Naga and Trust Me have managed to find these KOs. Kraken Impact ready to go. Might use it to take down Magneto here. Don't need to anyway. They've got the revolver to do just that. Putting the pressure here onto the clones. Ryan's dancing around, but I don't think they're going to survive much longer as Rajaro takes them down. There's the flip. Luminosity back on the point.
And I mean, both teams pretty much even. Luminosity just inching above at this point, but still, this is the time you would love to get that point back. Things look pretty even in terms of ult economy. LG not finding too much poke. I think Royal Beamers being a lot more cautious about how they walk up onto the entrance after all the poke they faced last time.
Couple of new ultimates ready to go. Yeah, trying to see if they can, and that's what we see. Oh, Polly gets taken down, Strangling Prison, rains on through, and Rajaro gets a double KO, taking them down with the triple. A little bit of dancing going on there as well, and Luminosity is going to be able to defend this yet again. They used so many ultimates in that fight over on the side of Royal Beamers.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Polly throwing out the Strength of Prison, the God of Mischief there for Ryan. Now, Portal trying to come through. They do have the walls to try and guarantee themselves a little bit of safer entry, but it looked like Pokemon trying to find access onto one of the tanks early can't do it. Level 1 Crook, we're looking at him to try to find some good access with his ulti. Does get to see out for more damage application, which they are using, trust me. Finds a strategist, so it's even less healing. No healing, they're all dead. As LG out of nowhere, complete chaos, managed to find win on the point. Do take this first map in a 2-0 fashion. And honestly, it kind of looked like Royal Beamers were finding entry with the help of the walls. But with the Wolverine, they were just able to split them up so thoroughly. And honestly, just take Royal Beamers down one member at a time.
Yeah, I mean, every time that you think Luminosity are on the back foot, they just find a way to break through that line. And usually it's Zestroid getting some great picks on that Wolverine, or it's Naga getting some great KOs. I mean, look at their Vanguards here, buddy. 11 final hits apiece. So much. I mean, the most damage there. The damage blocked, of course, is what you expect to see, but great play from both teams, to be honest. I felt like Royal Beamers could have had that one in that second submap, but Luminosity just always find a great way to group up and just rain down those ultimates.
And I think it's a bit of a scary thing here for Royal Beamers when, you know, we've been talking about Polly on the Groot and how that was banned out in all the last match we saw from Royal Beamers. It's like, hey, you finally get your hands on it, and LG are more confident, more comfortable in the group. They looked more comfortable with things like the Wolverine coming through. So now as Royal Beamers, it feels like you're really going to have to think, hey, do we do anything different when we are playing pure comfort? Or do we just, hope it works out better on the next map?
Yeah, I do like the Wolverine matchup, though. I like the fact that, you have to acknowledge what they've done is working. And it's so difficult, isn't it, to handle the Wolverine if you can't get on those Vanguards that aren't too concerned about it. If you can't get on that thing or something like that, you're kind of like, right, well, we've got to mirror it. We need to do a mirror, because otherwise we're going to be in a situation where we are on the back foot every single team fight. If our Vanguards keep getting taken out, we need to take theirs. So recognizing that on the side of Royal Beamers was smart, but we're going to watch these highlights here, chat, because that was a crazy game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Alrighty, Luminosity come out of the gate with a win. Royal Beamers nearly able to get themselves onto that one, but Luminosity coming out on top, Lyric.
Yeah. I mean, like, it was close. It was down to the wire, especially those last 2 points really felt like they could have gone either way. But at the end of the day, right, we've told this story all day. Close matchups between, you know, expected heavy favorite and not a favorite. Gets close, but at the end of the day, our top team still wins. Luminosity still comes out on top. So we're going to see if there's any bounce back able to happen in the second round against Royal Beamers. Royal Beamers really have impressed me today. Again, they show that they're scrappy. They show that they're willing to put up a fight. And actually, kind of going back on that word scrappy, it really feels like that's what both of these teams are. Neither side is afraid to shy away from the fight, and you are going to have 200 ultimates flying in every direction. You're not going to know what's going on, but LG somehow come out on top.
Listen, it's hard enough to track as a caster, never mind as a player. It is just non-stop action with those ultimates that they utilize so well. We're going to be moving into Symbiote Service here with Convergence, so they're going to have to cap that first point and then push the convoy. Wolverine getting taken straight out by Royal Beamers there.
Yep. You just know you love to see it when, again, such a dominating performance came through on the opposite side. My question now will be if LG feel a need, I guess I was going to say to ban the group, but even if they wanted to, Royal Beamers could protect it here if they so wanted. LG will protect that Venom this time around, so we're going to have that option for Trust Me if they so choose.
Okay, let's see what the protect is going to be for Royal Beamers. They're going to make sure Invisible Woman is protected. Quite interesting because people don't normally ban out Invisible Woman. Both teams are usually quite comfortable utilizing it. So, interesting protect there, but they're going to take the Star-Lord out of the game as well. Another one that Sestoid is so comfortable on.
Yeah, I feel like you only really see Invisible Woman have, like, protected or banned against 0%. Again, the former Fnatic lineup with how much Line Pro loves to lean on the pick. Really not all that much else. Loki going to be taken off the board by Luminosity. So now Venom up. Yep, trust me, going straight to it. Going to find a lot of threat on those strategists in the backline. But I'm just really curious to see how Royal Beamers shake things up, especially for us, because this has been a team that we've been running, you know, on the broadcast all day. We've seen quite a bit of footage of Royal Beamers, and it looks like maybe Psycho Psylocke could be the answer.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Psycho, either go for the Psylocke, go for the Winter Soldier. They usually like to go for the mirror, but right now, looks like they were going to stay on that Psylocke. We do have the mirror from Pokey and Sestoid here. And I think that's going to be the interesting pick. It is going to be Winter Soldier for Psycho. So, again, we have another game where it's all about those mirror picks and who manages to win that battle.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw, right, that the more impactful Strangling Prison and Kraken Impact combo was typically the one coming out ahead, the one utilized better. But after having a map dominated by the Vanguards of OG, I really want to see what Trust Me can get done on his signature pick. I mean, hell, the two Vanguards from OG were the ones putting up big numbers in that last game. We go back to the Groot, Tana. We've seen the Groot. We've seen the Groot. Trust me.
Give us something new. I mean, the thing is, this point is very hard to attack. It's definitely easier to defend it. You've got those line of sights that are so clear, and that's why we're seeing this rotate around for Royal Beamers, but Luminosity were prepared for it, and Groot is so good at trying to defend this point to cut off those corners.
Yeah, we can see that now from Trust Me, him and Rajaro, just utilizing the walls and the shield to make sure that Royal Beamers can't find any entrance forward. Doing it like this might be hard to just try to get a pick, but Manic's taking a lot of damage so far, and they're just going to keep trying to brute force their way in.
I can't believe we've not seen a single KO just yet whilst this battle is progressing. They haven't been able to just get around the corner. Naga gets taken down by Pokey Demon, though, utilizing that Hela with those off angles. They're still trying to break through this area, though. Luminosity have got the good defense up. They've managed to get onto the high ground now, and they just need to dive onto this point.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, Royal Beamers won with the low ground and now get the high ground themselves, trying to find the kill on Destroyed. Pokey Demon Yao does get it done. Strangling Prison comes out from Trust Me. What ends up paying dividends as Naga picks up 2 off the back, gets Strategist and Reinhardt, as well as winning out that mirror duel against Psycho. And it just looks like the members of Royal Beamers are going to end up getting staggered and having to work their way back from spawn.
Not even a single part of that objective has been taken yet, so Naga managing to get that triple KO. Luminosity going to regroup and wait for the second engage on this fight.
Again, I'm just surprised they were able to win out in the initial fight. Like, they're playing from the low ground. You'd expect them to be at a disadvantage, but Pokemon was able to find that first pick. Now, not even going to necessarily need it, just trying to funnel in from both the room and the initial entry choke point. Does leave you open to getting walled off as the Sia comes out. Naga gets another one based off the damage of that with the Trooper's Fist. And now once again dropping 1 by 1. This is exactly what you need to happen if you're Luminosity.
Pairing up the ammo with the amplifier was so crazy. Naga's just raining down crazy damage. I mean, look at these ultimates, though. We've got 5 on the side of Royal Beamers, getting close to the 5th one for Luminosity as well. It's all going to kick off for this next fight. We're down to 1:20, though. They need to make the approach here on the side of Royal Beamers. They need to do it now.
Hey, they have the same combo available, right? Infinite ammo and the Sia coming out from the rocket if they so choose. But LG might not give them an opening. They're trying their best to prevent them as the meteor comes out from LG. Does it find anyone? It's going to be, oh, he's going to take out Lennox.
Wow, not having the Magneto back in for Royal Beamers is going to be the difference here. We're down to the final 60 seconds. And there goes the Kraken impact. 1, 2, 3, looking for 4. They're going to dive in here. Oh, hella. Pokey runs quick. Naga makes the decision to retreat, but they've done what they need to do there.
And you know what? You're right. This is why you pick the group, because Naga has now used his ult twice, while Psycho has had that same ult charge from the previous time. So just the fact that they're finding these picks, they're utilizing those walls, great bionic hooks and Trooper's Fists, meaning that Royal Beamers don't even have a chance to create an opening.
20 seconds. They need to get on that point so quickly now. Amplifier gets used. We've got more ultimates that we can utilize, but guess what? Naga's dropping down the damage from above. Strangling Prison gets used. They're not able to pick up any KOs just yet. The boundary is here as well. Every single ultimate raining on out. Goddess of Death is here. Crook trying to see if they can heal their team in this boundary, and it looks like Luminosity has done it, though. Goddess of Death in return. They need to take down Pokey, and they do just that. Looks like Polly's going to fall as well in the middle of that prison. And guess what? Naga's here to clean up the rest. Luminosity are going to take this without a single tap on the side of Royal Beamers.
Oh, and poor Psycho. He finally got to use his ult, Tano. He's had that ult for the last 3 fights. But sadly, it was already too late. What a masterclass, honestly, by Luminosity in that round.
I mean, the way that they synergize their ultimates is so good. You've got Fate dropping down the amplifier with that infinite ammo for Naga just to pop off, and then you pair that with the Strangling Prison for the Kraken impact to rain down. Rajaro prepared with the Meteor M. It's so good. It's too much for them to break through. They're so good at defending these points on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, the cycling of their ults was really just immaculate, like you were saying, and I mean, for Royal Beamers, it was just disappointing, right? Never able to truly group up and then get that big burst with all of your ultimates coming through. Someone would always get picked off right when the fight would happen. But hey, when Naga's performing like this, when the team's enabling him, when Trust Me's been putting down phenomenal walls, it just makes a ton of sense. And now for LG, they do not have much work they need to do to be able to take this map.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, right, on the side of LG, so if Naga goes down, you've got Sestroid there to clean up. If Sestroid goes down, you've got Naga there to clean up. And we saw it because Pokey, to be fair to them, managed to get 2 huge KOs, taking out Sestroid. And then they had a good approach from Royal Beamers in that first fight until Naga showed up and started cleaning up with their own ultimate and their own damage. So it's like with Luminosity, it doesn't matter if you get one, the other one can clean up the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, right, that's the defining thing about all the top teams here in EMEA is that they're pretty much just stacked across the board in terms of their roles. Now we're going to see if Royal Beamers have any success preventing the entry from LG. LG going to try and take the same pathway that Royal Beamers did before, but I really like these walls from Trust Me, trying to give them multiple avenues to jump in. Going to get some nice damage down onto the Magneto. Naga able to follow up with the Trooper's Fist, and then a nice quick shot to finish that up. Lanix is going to come back from the BRB, but Royal Beamers have a lot of work to do.
Oh, Sestroid! They heard the footsteps of Psycho. Turn around, annihilates them. Pokey is going to connect onto Fate, though, but yet again, Luminosity walk through onto the point. They just need to get those KOs onto it. The pressure here, though, from Rajaro is too much for Pokey to handle. Trust Me is here. They've got the Strangling Prison. They get 3 of them. They connect for the KOs. That is going to be it. With that Quadra, Luminosity are going to take this game.
Luminosity making the game faster than our break. Like, my God, after a close first map, you know, I don't know if it was their coach, I don't know if it was one of the players, were like, yo, we got to kick this into gear. There's lunch to be had. Now, it isn't over yet, right? It is a best of 5, but what a statement from Luminosity in that round 2.
I mean, pretty much the opposite of the first round, right? I mean, Luminosity were just walking through in any point of that game against Royal Beamers. At least Royal Beamers took it to them in the previous set. But I mean, look at these stats, but it was about a 5-minute game, and still we have 12k damage raining in from Trust Me, 10k, 12k healing from Fate and Crook on the opposite side as well with the 14k. Just fascinating how quickly Luminosity were able to walk through that one.
Yeah, and you know, I do want to give a special shout out to Pokedemon, because you did point him out towards the end there that, hey, he had tried to find some good kills, and Pokedemon has been one of the standouts for me just today in general in Royal Beamers games. So it's still nice knowing that, you know, there is some power there. There is a potential comeback mechanism in, you know, someone in your roster, even just following this team after this tournament, right? Really exciting to see, but sadly, exciting doesn't mean that you get to beat Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, we say it, mate. Any esports that has Luminosity in it, they're always one of the top teams and so difficult to take down. And it's going to be tough for Royal Beamers, but it does, you know, whatever happens, they can definitely be proud of where they've got themselves coming together as a newish team coming into this championship. They're going to be top 6 at least, right? They're really put up a fight with it and surprise them, probably themselves as well as all of us. I'm really impressed with how Royal Beamers have done.
Yeah, and you know, sadly, we do have to jump to the highlights on the note of that LG kind of had to halt some of that excitement, but let's see it right here because Naga put on a show in that game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Blast off! Legendary!
Alrighty, so this entire day could come down to this final game with Luminosity up 2 points. It's match point here, Lyric. What a game this is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, right? This is to decide our last spot of the top 4, which again, really getting down to the wire with teams like Virtus Pro still in that upper bracket. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see if Luminosity are going to be as dominant as they were last game. I'd welcome that so they have confidence going into their next match. If Royal Beamers can somehow pull us all the way to a game 5, I'd welcome that too. Doesn't matter either way. We'll shake either hand.
That we will, but one thing that is for sure is that Royal Beamers were not expecting the walk that Luminosity just did in that round 2. And of course, you're coming off the back of that. How frustrated are you going to be as a player? Like, you've got to think of the mental side of it. Like, you just couldn't do anything in that game. And now you've got to come up into this one. And you're probably going to be worried about what Luminosity are going to bring to that fight. Naga on that Winter Soldier again. I'm sorry. I don't want any of that.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that you go into the mentality of it. I've been a coach in other esports, and I've seen players that it goes one way or the other, right? They can either completely crumble, lose the confidence, or if they go in with the right mindset, you know, more jovial people, if you can laugh it off, maybe you could find that confidence. But at the end of the day, I guess that might not matter if it is just coming down to like hours on the server, just gameplay differences, because LG in that last game did look at least a cut above.
Yeah, they did. Let's see if this is going to be another quick game like that previous one was. However, Royal Beamers can take it to Luminosity. They're going to get rid of the Wolverine from the get-go, knowing Zestroid is over on that other side.
Yeah, they do not want to give him access to that. And again, shutting down that Groot. They are On the side of Luminosity, though, going to take off the Luna. So again, just wanting to really, in my mind, shut down that team up with the Namor, give access to the backline dives to go through. And even though they didn't need to lean on it in the last game, it seems like a similar philosophy. Even if we don't play the Venom, let's make sure it goes through. We can always default back to it if need be.
Yeah, you're going to go for the pick that makes sense for the map that you're on, but if that's not working, go for your comfort pick. I like that from Luminosity. What a Royal Beam is going to protect? Again, the Invisible Woman. It's so interesting to me here because it's not a kind of hero that I expect Luminosity to ban out.
Yeah, exactly, right? Maybe just coming down to comfort for Ryan himself, but still. You would expect more changeup after how badly the last game did go, but I guess here is that changeup, right? Taking the Winter Soldier off the board. You're not going to let Naga take over if Destroyed ends up going down early.
Yeah, you just can't. Dealing with Hela and Winter Soldier is just way too much. Pokey is going to get onto that Hela pick straight away, though. Ooh, Naga looks like they're going to go on the Star-Lord here. Destroyed with the Adam Wall. That team up is ready to go.
Yeah, and again, it is just obnoxious. You see it banned just by most teams in general, even if they're a team that plays it themselves. Just because, again, Star-Lord's back up, Mantis is back up, Warlock's back up. Warlock brings the whole team back up. So, I'm interested to see it. We haven't seen it played all day. It looked like there might have been some twisting and turning towards the end there. So, we'll see what we end up with on the side of Luminosity.
Alrighty, 30 seconds away from this kicking off. Again, if Luminosity get the win, they will progress on through and Royal Beamers will not. But Royal Beamers, they're not out of this yet. It's only 2 points on the board for Luminosity. They could bring this one back with a huge offense here.
Yeah, they could. And I mean, if they win this, right, it's OG waiting for them in that lower bracket semifinal. A matchup we've seen before, two teams who probably know each other quite well, probably scrim quite often. So it would be a fun one. I like this. Destroyed is going to stay on the Adam Warlock level 1 Crook. Going back to that Mantis, we said pretty much used to be his go-to pick no matter the comp. So this could be his time to shine.
Gonna rotate round here on the side of Royal Beamers. Just try and get in as quick as you can. Try to destroy that roof. They know that's where everybody likes to sit. Naga getting a quick hit onto Pokey. No longer having Hela here, and they use that opportunity to dive in and pick up more. That's a double KO. Trust me, providing the assistance. Luminosity, they're just gonna wipe out Royal Beamers here, buddy.
Yeah, and it all just started off with that. I mean, it's even hard to call it an off angle when you pointed out Royal Beamers. No, Luminosity's right above them. Pokey Demon just walks a bit too far forward, gets taken out. And now we're getting close to that Galactic Legend already being up for Naga.
It's definitely not a good position for Royal Beamers to be in. Not even close on any of their ultimates just yet. Having the pressure that they've rained down on the side of Luminosity. Backing up here, trying to get around the corner on the side of Lanix, but Rajros just continuing to rain down the damage from afar. And they dive on in with Naga. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up group. Polly goes down, and that's going to be a tough one for Royal Beamers now. They're backed all the way down the corridor onto the side of this map. And Luminosity, they've got no concerns here, buddy.
No, none at all. Level 1 Crook's ult even just coming up as we speak, still waiting Naga in that off angle to see if he can just snipe anyone out like Pokey Demon again, or even just get a good opportunity for the Galactic Legend as it comes out straight onto King Bean before he can back off into that doorway. Keeping the damage onto the Vanguards might be enough. At the very least, Royal Beamers are split up, and Naga is continuing to show off.
Naga is so impressive, buddy. That is just a legal play that we see from them. It doesn't matter they don't have Winter Soldier. We're going to come in here on the Star-Lord. Lanix, though, managing to get a good pick onto Destroyed there, but they do utilize that revive, and now they're on the point, but so much pressure coming on in. Destroyed gets the revenge and takes them down.
And Destroyed's about to have his Karmic Revival up too. So even if we get to a situation where Royal Beamers start, taking down members of Luminosity consistently, you have to worry about the revival coming through as Pokey Demon with a really nice snipe onto Fate.
Yeah, I feel like Pokey Demon is kind of the saving prospect of Royal Beamers at the moment. They are connecting. Here comes the barrier on up, trying to protect against that butterfly. We did see the Karmic Revival coming through in case anybody ended up getting KO'd. There's the Feast of the Abyss. Pairing that up with Vajaro, they don't get any KOs, but the Meteor M will do just that. King Beam taken on out. Psycho does find Naga, but they don't have enough to get onto this point, though. It's all down to what Lanix can do here with this Meteor M. They don't connect with anybody. Instead, Crook takes them down, but Psycho with a quick double KO. It's going to be a quad coming on out.
Yeah, and especially taking down level 1 Crook before the Soul Resurgence is really able to find any value. Is going to get chased down now by Rogero and taken down in the end. Is a bit of anger being shown. Be like, you don't do that to my teammates, buddy. And now we're kind of back at square one, honestly, for Royal Beamers. A bunch of your ults down, only Poke Demons up. You're stacking them up for Luminosity with, trust me, getting close to theirs. And again, back to square one.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, this is not a good position for Royal Beamers to be in. We only have the Goddess of Death from Poke Demon. We don't have any other ultimates ready just yet. They have to dive in onto the point and use that Goddess of Death, trying to see if they can connect onto Fate here. They do take them down, but they need to connect with more. Nearly being able to take down Raja. They do actually, despite the Goddess of Death coming down onto the ground. Ryan just around the corner here with Psycho diving in from behind. So Royal Beamers, now we have the advantage. They're onto the point just on this overtime mark. They've got 33%. The portal comes out from Luminosity though before they can get 66. Naga here gets pushed out around the corner, goes back into the portal, but Rajro finds Poke Demon. They need more. The dive is here from the butterflies, but the walls are going on up. Rajro getting so weak, but Sestroid is here. They've got the Karmic Revival. They're going to be able to defend this though, Lyric. There's the revival coming out from Sestroid, puts on the healing, and it doesn't matter. Luminosity stop any cap.
It didn't even need the Karmic Revival in the end. Just able to push them off. Honestly, the Dance of the Butterfly not getting a whole ton of value other than onto the Magneto itself. The Iron Bulwark especially, I think, doing a lot to just keep it so Psycho, wasting time trying to get that Magneto down. But we are once again in a spot where Luminosity shut Royal Beamers down, and Luminosity don't have a whole lot of work ahead of them to be able to take this match, to be able to move on to that match against OG.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 points on that objective is all they need. And Luminosity, I mean, we saw it in the previous match, buddy. They are so good with the momentum that they build instantly and just walk through the other team. That's why we have, trust me here, we've got Rajaro ready. And then they're just going to pair that with the raining in damage from Naga. I mean, it's not going to be as quick and instant as the damage from the Winter Soldier, but it's going to be enough for them to just break through that line.
And now I'm really curious to see what Royal Beamers go with, because right now, we could see them being on certain heroes. I don't necessarily them to pan out with this, but I will say anytime we see the Revival comp, the Guardians of the Galaxy comp come through, I feel like 90% of the time you have to match it, and you see it end up being matched. So it does look like that's the route that Royal Beamers are going to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like when Wolverine's there, isn't it? When you don't have those Vanguards that aren't concerned about it, you have to match it. And that's what we're seeing with Royal Beamers. They're going to open up the portal. Trust me, then going to rotate onto the tank they want to be on, which is that Venom, and dive in from the other side. Again, pincer movement coming out from Luminosity here.
Yeah, I love this. And you could see, do Royal Beamers even really expect the Venom to be on that side? They're going to make their way around and really have this pincer on them. Taking advantage of the high ground, coming from both sides. Lanix is already taken down, incredibly low. Does get healed up just in time to survive, but it gives Trust Me time to wrap around, find the kill with those, with the right click, and finish things off. As level 1 Crook now gets one on the Poke Demon Meow, and it looks like LG might make quick work of this.
I mean, yeah, that looks like it's going to be game right on the edge here. King Demon has to dive on down. They're trying to see what they can do with Polly here with that shielding, but Sestroid raining down the damage on the Adam Warlock, and it looks like they're just teetering on the edge here. One more KO, and that's going to be it. Luminosity are going to beat them here and progress on through against OG Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what you would expect. It's what you'd want to see out of a team like Luminosity that, again, being with the Nord does have resources behind it, has been playing in the top Marvel Rivals tournaments. And I mean, Naga, just overall insane performance across the board, right? Like, when you have a win like this, everyone stepped up to deliver.
Yeah, I think Naga deserves the MVP of the set, to be honest, mate.
Yeah.
Like, they were incredible. 10 final hits coming out there, 11k damage despite how short that game was. It doesn't matter if you take their main pick away, they're just going to rotate onto something else. But yeah, look, at Luminosity, they're such a strong team. They're one of the top teams in this EMA region. So it was always going to be a mountain for Royal Beamers to climb. But what a shout out to that team. They did really well in that first game to put it to the wire to Luminosity. And then even just to get themselves in this position has been great to witness from that team.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be exciting following their players, right? People like Polly, who were able to show up today earlier on the Doctor Strange. People like Psycho, who, again, had some good moments on the Winter Soldier. Pokey Demon, we saw on the Hela. So a lot of cool things are there. But the cool things we got right now are what LG did in that last game as we get our highlights up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your prize, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. more fast! Thus I smite thee! Behold the God of Thunder!
Too easy when you never miss. Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Making the cut.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala.
Wow, what a day it has been, but we're not finished yet, Lyric. We need to bring this round 14 game to these viewers. I believe they're just waiting for the game to kick on off. We may be taking a 20-minute break here.
Yeah, yep. That does seem like we're going to be moving to a 20-minute break, getting the teams ready for that next game. Lower bracket match, LG, OG, a lot of exciting stuff. Again, a match that people have seen before, but sadly, we do have to wait for 20 minutes. And, you know, we'll be back after a break. And, you know, you'll miss us. We'll miss you. Everyone's going to miss everybody. But no one is going to miss the action when we get back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.